How you guys doing? So Bulls went for the push. They got above 55. Tested 70. 57.22. Okay, so ES is out above 56.73. It's a decent start. I don't like that we're not above 75 yet for the Bulls. Could end up leading to 75.80 being a bit of a stronger resistance. Why is this not starting? There it goes. Yeah, I got the Discord on. Let's see what Gamma Strike looks like. Alright, so we opened at the Delta flip or Gamma flip and then pushed up. Delta flip test is at 75. What's up, Cool Daddy? Oh, that's the wrong fucking one. Let's see what we got here. Oh. This fucking piece of shit. Hey, there we go. Some of this fucking melon. Move back to the EU. Wait a second. Didn't you get like married here? Is New York State manufacturing okay? No, it was bad. It was like negative 20. It's an orange melon. How do you even have negative 20 manufacturing? What are you disassembling stuff? Yeah. GME's up again today. Oh, it broke 23 too. Oh, getting married in the summer. Okay, that makes sense. Now I'm less confused. What's up, Nickel Tickle? This looks doggy poopy. A little bit. I can tell you've been reading your technical analysis of the financial markets. Hmm. Bone-in sausage. Classy. Thanks for all your tutelage, Gilzork. Made my daily goal on the move up from open. Time to underperform for the wife. Move on with the day. Fantastic. Look at you living the life. No, I said, I don't think my mouth was full. I said bone in sausage. Like a bone in ribeye, except actually just a sausage with a bone in it. Isn't that antithetical to the concept of sausage? Yes. Yes, chaos. Exactly. Fortunately, I didn't bite it hard enough to, like, crack a tooth or something, but that would have been unpleasant. I mean, if I'm gonna start an OnlyFans, Bone-In Sausage is a great fucking name. Bulls lost? We rejected off of 70. Gamma's still positive here. I wouldn't say that the Bulls lost, but definitely pulled back to support. Okay, listen, we already discussed the order of the OnlyFans channel rollout. First, only calves. Second, penis in a different hat every day with a daily affirmation. Third, bone-in sausage. Don't forget about the toe puppets themed one. That one got scrapped because nobody likes people with foot fetishes. No judgment, but like, it's weird, you know? Take all my money. Thanks, Mike. Hey, guys, we don't kink shame here, alright? It's more like kink reprimanding. No, scolding's its own kink. I continue to learn so much here every day. XRT off Reg Show. Good. As of what? Friday? Is this where I have to like go check because you guys don't check the appropriate dates? XRT was on Reg Show on Friday. Sinbad, 4 fucking years, man. Hey, Courtney. 4 years. Been looking at the same fucking data for 4 years. And you checked today's date? I'm not mad at you. But I am disappointed you're no longer a pigeon whale. So XRT is still very much on Reg Show. Who the fuck would no longer be a pigeon whale? Exactly, Huckleberry. Exactly. I don't know, because those people are dead to me. Threshold security list, Cobra. I was a pigeon whale once. Am I dead to you now? Shouldn't have told me that. Wait, were you a pigeon whale before we formed the blood in, blood out pact? I signed up an auto pen. Does that mean it's void? No. As long as you appropriately granted the auto pen your power of attorney. Yeah, Trump really powered through the Ambien last night, huh? Yeah, so then you're grandfathered out, GW. It's like a machine that holds a pen. Like a 3D printer that just like moves the pen. It's literally a 2D printer. That's inaccurate. Not all of the ink soaks into the paper. You still can't have two objects occupy the same space at the same time. Quiet, me too. Then there are no 2D printers? That's correct. Printing as a process is not two-dimensional. It's just a weird generalization that ignores science. Yeah, it is pedantic. No one cares. Never mind, need to. I saw you did simply the best. You know, my entire childhood, I grew up hating Lawrence Fishburne because he played Ike Turner in the Tina Turner movie. It wasn't until I was an adult that I was able to get past hating him. I saw the movie when I was like 7. It is good acting, actually. No, I hated The Matrix. I don't know anything about his daughter. I loved The Matrix, but I was doing a lot of LSD at the time. That's why you're not red pilled. You'd have been okay living in the Matrix. Sure. How's it bad if you don't know that you're being farmed for energy? I just don't like he created a solution where there was no problem and then made 2 more movies about it. No, AI doesn't solve things. What about free will? I mean, everybody in the Matrix had the illusion of free will, so it's good enough. That's what we have now. Everyone seems to like it. What's up, Willie? What? Yeah, that's the exact movie I'm talking about. That's sick. I'm not going to dox you, but that was awesome. This guy talked my ear off for an hour about how AI, his best use case was to sell it to businesses to replace their recruiters. Yeah, that seems valid, actually. I'm wondering how the machine made food for the humans with greater than 100% efficiency so they could harvest the food to heat energy conversion that has terrible efficiency to be net positive. You feed the dead humans to the pod humans. So, like, as your inventory rolls over, new food, right? Also, in the books, I think it was like they were farmed for compute, not for energy, and so it was a bit different. Fuck you, Gray Pubes. That movie is almost as bad as Wonder Woman, which is the de facto worst movie of all time. Ghost Rider with Nicolas Cage falls into a hard third place. Glorp, the thing? Is it good to go? Wait, are there any restrictions on it? Are you gonna go off about the baby farm again? No. That was hilarious and disturbing at the same time. I never saw the second Wonder Woman, thank God. But Wonder Woman taught me one thing that I thought was really important is that Gal Gadot was such an insufferably bad actress that they had to have all of the Amazons mimic her accent. Why did you even watch this? I saw it in a movie theater, like right when it came out. Probably. Themyscira is just a suburb of Tel Aviv. Nicolas Cage is an American hero. How dare you? I mean, he's also a bad actor. Sometimes his bad acting is magnificent. Other times it's terrible and disturbing. Who was in the second Austin Powers movie? Oh, it was the blonde one. God, what was her name? Heather Graham? That sounds right. I could be wrong. You know, I think Mike Myers failed everybody. And no, it's not Shrek. Um, Kate Beckinsale was never in an Austin Powers movie. It was The Love Guru. That's ruined everything. You know, fortunately, I never saw that movie. I enjoyed Nick Cage's documentary about the city of gold under Mount Rushmore. You're talking about National Treasure? I mean, there was Con Air, but Con Air wasn't good because of Nick Cage. Face Off was amazing because of Nicolas Cage. Gone in 60 Seconds, it's a toss up. Ribisi probably carried it. Actually, you know what? Lord of War was just a pretty good film. The book is a lot better. He's had some. But Nick Cage is just like a Nepo hire, so what do you expect? I mean, what was it? Leaving Las Vegas or whatever the fuck that's called? Yeah, 9mm and Snake Eyes were pretty good. He's the Nickelback of movies. He's like Francis Ford Coppola's nephew or some shit. The Rock, carried by Connery. So hard. Matchstick Men was pretty good. Did you guys ever see that one? He got to play a con man with obsessive compulsive disorder. So himself. It could happen to you with Bridget Fonda and Rosie Perez. I don't think I've seen that. Is that like the... Is that like the guarding Tess era? Mm. Yeah, I think that's the one about winning the lottery. Did you guys ever see the one where he's like a Canadian rowing champion? What? Yeah. It sounds riveting. That was a real thing. Aren't there enough Canadian rowing champions that could have played that role? Not that we're the nephew of Francis Ford Coppola. It is a serious drama. I do have a rower. I used it yesterday. That was weird. Yeah, I know, we failed the test. MNQ fell a bit below VWAP, but it's starting to recover. Weird consolidation on this. Delta flip fucking my calls. Have you tried having calls above Delta flip? Celsius has been killing it the last couple of weeks. I know. I'm very happy with it. Oh, happy Leprechaun Day for all of you. Maybe the SPX will get over the rainbow and find me a pot of gold. It will not. Damn. There's some bot puts to the upside at 65 and 75, which are hampering price improvement a little bit. But bot calls 55, 65, 75 also. So that does look like getting up to or over 5,700 will be exceedingly difficult. I mean, the consolidation's still bullish, sorta. We broke out and tested the 5673 level on ES, and then I guess we'll see if we push through it or not. Is that 75? Hmm. Actually, a bit short of the prior high. Yeah, Bulls probably really needed retail sales to be good today. It's going to be tough. We're doing limericks again this year. That was 3 years ago. Whoever catches J-Fresh first today will get his gold. That's going to become a corporate thing. Are you gonna green yourself? I mean, we'd be fine if you blew yourself too. Thanks, Buff Dan. I could, I suppose. I need like a very grassy green. That's not green enough. There we go. There was a girl from Nantucket who learned how to scoop gold from nothing? That doesn't work. She thought she was smart until margin fell apart, and then she had to live in a bucket. You need to rhyme. God damn it. This is why we haven't done limericks again. Why didn't you block yourself for the month of February, racist? At least I didn't use AI. Give me a break. I was screamed at all night by my fevered changeling. You made it. Why don't you have big ol' heavies for March? Women's Month. Ugh. I hate the internet. What was the original of that? It was a man from Nantucket, right? JFresh told me this one at some point. It was like, there once was a man from Nantucket with a dick so long he could suck it. He said with a grin as he wiped off his chin, if my ear were a cunt, I could fuck it. Right? The original's better. That's definitely the original. Clearly just turned into the stream being demonetized. Now it generates it's rage bait. It's good for the advertisers. Gherkin, you had me at hello. We just do dirty limericks all day. That's not what I learned in school. Should have gone to a better school. When DN? It's at like 59 or 56.93. There once was a man from Nantucket who kept all his cash in a bucket, but his daughter named Nan ran away with a man, and as for the bucket, Nantucket, is that supposed to be broken up into like 3 words? That's the original? That's fucking terrible. Gross. The other version's way better. I've got some. They say that our Parsons' young daughter loves sex like no decent girl oughter, but nothing she did stimulated her id like the spanking she got when he caught her. Why are you hulking out? St. Patrick's Day. The cultured family. I'm not going to do this alone. You guys better come up with some too. The one I grew up with, there was white in the bucket. Don't trauma dump on us. There once was a man with calls. They sat on the edge and watched the price fall. Then puts piled in, and Todd put a lid on the vol as it slid and calls went to the moon. Okay, that's not a limerick. Yeah, that's fine, Theta. I once owned GME until the leader became RC. I sold all my shares, now I don't care, until a tweet from DFE. Alright. We're doing thirst trap limericks for St. Patty's, you know it. On the boobs of a barmaid in sale are tattooed all the prices of ale, and on her behind, for the sake of the blind, is the same list of prices in braille. Three elderly spinsters of Kent gave up copulation for Lent. This included door handles, both tapers and candles, and anything else that was bent. Once was a place named GS Reducing and Limiting Stress Yellow and Call Value of Port. False surprise, your life is still a mess. This isn't flow of consciousness therapy, Nuke. There once was a man from Peru who fell asleep in his canoe. While dreaming of Venus, he played with his sinus and woke up covered in goo. I once needed puts to print big, but Theta dried them out like a fig. They needed some liquidity, so I went over to Farmville's stupidity. I regret my life. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, everyone forgotten about you in Farmville's tryst until you just brought it back up. Where's Squamps? Squamps probably has a lot of good ones. There once was a man from Kent whose cock was so long it was bent. To save himself trouble, he stuck it in double. Instead of coming, he went. Squamska's covered in berries. Oh yeah, because it's the day to get the snakes out. Can Celsius do VUPs over 29? That'd be cool. Definitely resistance, but yeah, that'd be nice. I feel like this is either gonna fail or squirt bigly. I don't know about squirting bigly. It could go up a little bit though. There's gonna be resistance at 56.90, and then quite a lot of resistance at 57.10 and 20. So it's gonna be pretty hard to move to the upside here. There's not a lot of positioning coming in around spot. Total premium today is really low so far. There once was a man named Tom Lee. He always makes the market when a re, but then came a man of orange who spoke with the mouth of porridge, and now the market no V. Nice. Good job with the orange, too. Not easy. There once was a lad from Cork whose dingus was shaped like a fork. He'd use it to eat, but when they ran low on meat, instead he would use it to pork. Alright. Why is Dork catching strays now? There once was a streamer named Gherkin who day traded options for work. He takes off his top when his port starts to pop, but right now we just watch SPX twerk. Nice. That's actually a good one. Well done. Without plus 3% day one, are we inching closer to Lucky Charms fucking SPX in the back half of the week? A little bit. I like how you spelled week the way Michael Jackson would say it. Rip. But we need so today we need to get above delta neutral. Tomorrow it would probably be ideal for bulls to push out above like 50 57.70. And then that's a decent position from which to approach FOMC. But the bigger concern would be a failure to regain DN by tomorrow. We already did the man from Nantucket. There were a bunch of really nasty ones that Roald Dahl wrote, but I don't know where to find them. Any FOMC action predictions on FOMC actions? I think they're going to revise the dot plot largely in line with the prior dot plot, and then I don't think they're going to do anything at this meeting. Is this not just a bull flag? Um, yeah, it's starting to become less of a bull flag. Oh yeah, we have cool stuff. Ignore the delta flips because they're broken, but I think we have live data working a little bit. Is it? Or is this lying to me? Wait, hold on. Hmm. Okay. That's kind of working. Still that weird gap. Trying to scale at the compute. We're a little bit behind. Oh, okay. I see. All right, let me know. The socket and pricing works. I see that. Yeah. What's up, popcorn? Back to the salt mines. Ladies and gents, hobos and tramps, bull-legged chickens and cross-eyed ants, I come before you to stand behind you to tell a story I know nothing about. Hmm. There once was a lass named Vana who horns up when bulls lose their mana. So if Spot takes a divey and there's a big spike in Ivy, you might see her step out of the sauna. Nice. All right, well done. We about to drill down through GF? We could. It's not all that supportive. This is a little bit distributive. Mm, yeah, we could. Someone's buying some puts out at 56.30 and 25. ES getting a little bit of support on VWAP here. Interesting. What happened to NVIDIA? It got rejected at the 120 level? Any bullish or bearish positioning coming in on these moves? There was some out of the money put spot on the rejection, but not much else. There's still bought puts at 55, 65, 75. Sold calls at 60. And then some bot calls at 65, 70, 75. So some out of the money bot calls, out the money bot puts, sold calls. Possibly not enough calls bought out of the money for them to turn this around. Doesn't look like there's a ton of them. There were a bunch of calls this morning at 56.70. Some of those might still be there. Although, I'm not sure they are. Is there more AI news out of China or something? I think Baba released like a new chatbot. What's his man named RC? He liked to sit while he pees. They call him a god, it was all a facade. Now we got bags of GME. No, I don't. Where in WeBull do I find the screen you're showing? Ha. Ha ha. Head and shoulders? Sure. Valid. Actually. Hmm. There's a gap to the upside on the reversal there. 56.49 to 50. Anything coming up? Is Trump speaking today? We got the auctions in 30 minutes. 3 and 6 month, I think. Press sec at 1 p.m. and bond auction. What bond auctions at 1 p.m. today? There's no 1 p.m. bond auction today. Oh, okay. James Bond. I get it. Didn't mean punch. I see. Ugh. Wiener, 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 wien. Wiener, 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 bean, wiener, 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 wiener. Nice. You almost won with that the first time. Limerick and DMs. Is it a dirty limerick? It has to be dirty, Atomic. There once was a Gherkin from Kant who didn't know quite what he wanted. He needed to think, so he sat down to drink, but first he said Atomic's my favorite quad. Well played, Atomic. Well played. Really trying to stir up the jealousy with Doric and J-Fresh, huh? Secret Limerick penis. Excellent, excellent. She keeps doubling down on how the courts have no power over the president. That's not going to be great for keeping volatility down. No, is that what she's going to do? Tell us the truth. Did you hire the nuke because his silky smooth voice enchanted you in the interview? No, I hired him because he was kind of a spazzy autistic. And I was like, this guy's going to make cool shit. I was right. Also, he was probably wildly overqualified. Sorry I dropped randomly yesterday. My internet turned off due to high winds, and it took more than 8 hours to come back. Jesus, what did you do living like a caveman for 8 hours? Did you make more bread? Finally, someone giving me the recognition I deserve. There once was a baby whale nuke. Is it autism or is he a kook? Coding in pajamas, gamma strike below gamma. When down, said a popcorn crown duke. Nice. Jerked off. So much gooning. There once was a man from New York. He went by the name Gork. He garnered admiration from all, but the greatest would be his downfall. From a man that was simply named Dork because he didn't know how to pork. There once was a popcorn trader who rose to be a fine mediator, but with a firm but fair hand, They took charge of the land. Now a mod and a true innovator? Mm. Make him sexy and retarded. There once was a mod named Popcorn, whose charm was both wild and well-worn. With a wink and a grin, not too sharp but a win, he ruled with a vibe quite airborne. Mm. It is terrible. How did you goon without internet? Probably is like, I don't know. Actually, yeah, that's a good question. There once was a ticker named Jimmy. It put all the apes in a tizzy. The CEO sucked and retail got cucked, and now they can't even afford a glizzy. I think Dork might have won. I can goon to just the lady from the banana sticker. Man, you're really fucking doubling down on just loving Latinos, huh? Respect. My girlfriend was home, so we just gooned together. Oh, mutual gooning. Yes, I know what the Chiquita banana sticker looks like. Look at her. She wants me. Jesus fucking Christ. She's beautiful. She's just supposed to be like Carmen Miranda, right? Who's from Portugal, but you know. Gooning to the Latina from El Dorado. Oh my god. That movie was great. Although, if I remember correctly, the girl in it wasn't shaped like a human. She was a mix of Carmen Miranda and Che Guevara. Anna de Armas is hot, though she's dating Tom Cruise now. Very sad. Wait, have you seen Tom Cruise's cake? This came up this morning, and I was flabbergasted. So, this is how he scored Anna de Armas. Just FYI. AI. That's why you don't skip leg day. Nick Cruz. Don't tell Popcorn, he'll get very upset. He's storing all of the Scientology in those cheeks. Is that the real reason he's tax exempt? He's like 5'7". Of course it protrudes like a tuna can. I've never seen so many dudes so jealous of another man's ass before. Power bottom. I've got another one. There once was a rogue named McSweeney who spilled some fine gin on his weenie. Then, just to be couth, he added vermouth and slipped the king's wife a martini. I bet he can crush a watermelon with his cheeks. Calm the fuck down, Bert. Seamill's gonna hear that and get jealous. Nope, he's here. Never mind. Too late. There was a bro named Todd. He liked getting beaten and flogged. Now he sits in his cage crying because Vol isn't dying, and he won't be receiving the rod. Same thing happened with Steve Bannon and Melania. There once was a baby named Barl who peeped and pooed on Carl. Carl's wife didn't care because she had the stare of a handsome centaur and she loved it. What? You can't just let the rhymes fall apart at the end. I don't know why I'm so hot all of a sudden. There once was a duck named Trash Dan who swam through life with the grandest of plans. He sassily clucked at Wendy's for bucks, and his winsome waddle landed him in the pickle clan. Hmm. Anonymous. Interesting. Hint to those struggling. If every word is wiener, it's guaranteed to rhyme. This one's good. There once was a crazy elf called O'Keefe who caused local farmers much grief. To their cows he would run, cut their legs off for fun, and he said, "Look, I've invented ground beef." Alright, slow down with the DMs. There once was a wizard from Madras whose balls were made out of brass, so in stormy weather he'd clack them together and lightning would shoot out of his ass. Alright, pretty good. PAX is having a decent day. Yeah, yeah, it is. So far, till Trump says something. That's the first one I remember hearing. A thrifty old man named McEwen inquired why bother with screwing. It's safer and cleaner to play with your wiener, and besides, you can see what you're doing. There once was a trader named Bert. Ignored by her husband, she hurt. She joined the Discord to find out why he's bored, and now they both have a dork thirst. You should have used the word flirt in there somewhere. I don't. It would have worked better. There once was an autist named Nuke. He would code all night till he puked. All he wanted was a little admiration from the Lord of Pickle Nation. But instead, all he got was rebuke. Jesus Christ. There was a young girl named Anheuser who said that no man could surprise her, but Paps took a chance, found Schlitz in her pants, and no, she is sadder, Budweiser. There was a young plumber named Lee who plumbed his girl down by the sea. Said the lady, stop plumbing. I hear someone coming. Said the plumber, still plumbing. That's me. This is great. This is way more interesting than the SPX today. Hold on, I'll get back to limericks in a second. I gotta see what's going on with calls here. All right, so they're buying up the 65 and 75 a little bit more, but still a sold call wall at 60, which seems to be the delta flip. Yeah, so if we can get 70, 72, then we have a pretty clean move to the upside. But bulls need to get over this hump. There once was a young knight named Lancelot, whom his neighbors all looked on askance a lot. Whenever he'd pass a presentable lass, the front of his pants would advance a lot. Alright. ChatGPT working overtime today. There once was a countess from Nizes whose breasts were two different sizes. One was small, it was nothing at all, but the other was huge and won prizes. There once was a fool named Pulipotamus. He thought Gamma Strike was cool, but not a must. Instead, he bought so much MMAT he ended up poorer than Haiti. Clearly, he was wrong. The end. Oh boy. That one's layered. That's got layers. I'm a lover of legs, and I see that you got them. My morals are turning like leaves in the autumn. I'm ready to burst, but who will come first in this four-legged race to the bottom? Hmm. There once was an actor named Tom. In movies, he was the bomb. He was double-cheeked up. It could gobble you up, but you should see him when he wore nylon. Wait, oh, did I? Sorry. Wait, no, I didn't miss yours. I read yours. You just missed me reading yours. Yours is like one of the first ones. This one, it says nothing. It's just blank. See? Does the winner win a hat? I don't know. Do they work for Gamma Strike or not? A trader who searched for a win found positive gamma on shark fin. With markets in play, he printed all day, making money with each little spin. That's beautiful, Balani. Bubble. Sorry. Bubby? Is that Bubby or Bubble? Bubby. Huh. Bubby. Shark fin? Ooh ha ha. Exactly. What am I getting my W for? I don't know what that means. There once was a dork making cake, but was missing an ingredient to bake. He made the trek over to his garden, saw a naked bum, and started to harden. Then heard the bum say, "Come help with my snake." Well done, Atomic. There once was a man quite amused. By fruit labels he was very enthused. With a wink and a glance, he'd give it a chance, till his cravings were, well, confused. Okay, Popcorn Trader, we get it. You're thirsting after the Chiquita Banana Girl hard. There was once a pickle of sorts that always blew up all his ports. He spent his checks gambling with bullish rambling till Marge came calling him to abort. Alright. Look, a man needs to have priorities in life. I'm pretty sure gooning to a banana sticker is not a top priority. Said the nun as the bishop withdrew, "This must be our final adieu, for the vicar is thicker and slicker and quicker and 6 inches longer than you." That one's amazing. Could you look at TTD for me? All right. Did this turn around today at all? A little bit. Up to 55. Hmm. I mean, it looks like if it gets back above 62, it could run. Maybe. Kind of shit, actually. Yeah, I mean, not very bullish right now. but maybe some accumulation and repositioning and the chain will get a bit better. You all owe Trump your allegiance if you're profiting. Not true. There's only one god of the markets, and that's Ken Griffin Jr. Kenneth Cordell Griffin of the Florida Griffins. Yes, Poopy? Nancy Pelosi has entered the chat. Is this how you know each other so well? You're mythical creatures? Oh, I see what you're doing there. Nice. No. 5670 for a breakout, yeah. 72. We're getting a really sloppy inverse head and shoulders here on like the ES 5-minute. But NQ is under VWAP, which is kind of gross. Oh, auction time. Trump says attacks by the Houthis will be met with great force. Iran is giving Houthis weapons, money, and intelligence. How did Trump go from Friday to fully at war with Yemen today? 6-month build high yield actual 4.1%. Bid to cover 3.01. 3-month bid to cover 2.89. That's not great. A little lower demand on the 3-month. High yield actual was 4.205. Prior was 4.2. Fed bid 190.9 and 213.4 for the 6 and 3-month respectively. Kenny should film an autobiography showing how he was retail's guardian angel the entire time. Do you take a look at Meta? What about it? $600's like a big support resistance, and it's below it right now, which isn't a great look. See, fucking Trump's trying to move in on Djibouti, man. That's what's happening here. We need to lock that shit down. Trump's off 8 Diet Cokes right now. He's buzzing. Decided to start a war and may delete the country later. I don't know. Jesus fucking Christ. Mr. Poopy Pants, I had the same thought. He's trying to glaze over it. Don't let him. If I say too much, he's going to bring up the Sovereign Wealth Fund. That's right. Old Trump kneecap special. Egg prices are down for 3 straight weeks, and yet eggs are still more expensive. Trump says Iran will be responsible for every Houthi-fired shot. Does Trump know that Yemen is a sovereign country unto itself? At least he's distracted. Did he just start a war today because he denied a direct court order from a federal judge? The desert is flat like Ukraine flat. It's really not. Trump will declare Jerusalem the capital of Yemen today. Let's be honest, more than one direct court order. Yeah. But didn't he like try to invoke the Alien Act, and then it got shot down in court, and then he deported that fucking doctor anyway? Here's a fun thing that a lot of people don't know about the judicial is the judicial can deputize people to enforce the law. Should the executive branch fail to enforce it themselves. Yeah, but they won't. Judges really don't like being not listened to. If you've ever tried to not listen to a judge, something Civil War. Maybe, yeah. It's okay. Only 30% of the country voted for him. Those 30% of people are armed to the teeth, but with like guns. They've had their teeth pulled, but this is where the U.S. Marshal Service is meant to come into play. Yep. These judges will just complain loudly, and nothing will happen. Nothing ever happens. We'll see. What's up, Poopy? Now he just needs to name the Argentinian people as Houthi Libre. Everything is fine. He's gonna tie Iran to Argentina. At what point would you start considering bugging out? What do you mean? Like, considering leaving the country? Oh, I'm already doing that. But I don't have any reason to go anywhere. Yeah. What? You heard me, Potato Tom. I'm not gonna live in a country where they have a Ministry of the Faith, or Office of the Faith, or whatever the fuck he tried to establish. I'll put it on my list. Democracy is doing just fine, guys. We just gotta give it some time. Jesus fucking Christ. So 3-month high yields 4.205, bid to cover 2.89, sold 76 billion, awards 94.72% bids at high, 6-month yield for one bid to cover 3.01, sells 68 billion, 22.21% of the bids at the high. No, the White House Faith Office, created by President Trump, replaces the White House Office of Faith Based and Community Initiatives, which was established under Bush. So if Bulls can't bounce this thing, are we gooning to 5K over the next 2 weeks? Charm's gonna get pretty nasty the longer this week drags on. They need to get Delta neutral and start getting some of the like AM expiry Delta back out of the money. Why would I invite you all to my island? I'll say you buy an island off the coast of Croatia? Too close to Russia. Biden and Obama didn't create offices of faith-based and community initiatives. It was created by Bush, renewed by Obama and Biden. And never were they tasked with advising federal agencies and consulting with faith leaders regarding the strengthening of marriage and family. He also appointed some like televangelist to run it. But she's got a long history of fraud and waste and abuse and bankruptcy, just like Trump, so they probably get along really well. She already issued a faith challenge for people to straight up send her money so that God will make them prosper. I'm in the wrong business. I really need to lean into cult leader harder. She married the guy from Journey, not Steve Perry. Steve Perry is the only guy from Journey that matters. Everyone else is like Santana and Steve Miller Band rejects. Neil Sean, alright. Fine. But still Steve Perry. Steve Perry, the Filipino guy? I think he's Portuguese. He's not Persian. Shockingly, no. If you guys have never heard the song Oh Sherry, go look it up. It's phenomenal. There is no replacement for Steve Perry. But why does Oh Sherry is not a crying in the corner song? I do have my GME calls. Thanks for asking. They're pretty flat today. They were up a little bit more earlier. Failed again. Is this one in German? Er was eens in Boer in Draken, da Walzen varken verkraken, maar wat in strap zijn nekt zat erop, dus hij most nog event watchen? Walking? What the fuck? You're stroking out a little bit. I'm trying to read this shit. Who the fuck speaks German? What does this mean? Yeah, that doesn't work. Oh, is it Dutch? Once upon a time, there was a farmer in Draken. He wanted to rape his pig, but oh, what a trap! His servant was on it, so he had to wait a little longer. What the fuck? Something about raping a pig. Yeah, that's fucking. That's all right. I mean, it's a limerick. Every German learns that one in kindergarten. Nothing quite like Nordic humor. It means puts cost same like shares. I know it's Dutch. You know Dutch is a Germanic language, right? You know Dutch is an oven? Yeah. No? No, nothing. Bob. There was a lady where I'm from who uncontrollably guzzled cum. She earned her fame. What was her name? I believe she was called your mom. What do you cash right now? Pick something to wheel. Risky. We don't know who Trump's going to start a war with tomorrow. Speaking of which, yeah, there is now a playlist for Gamma Strike roundtables for you guys, since they were requested to be placed in one. It wasn't easy, but I figured it out. Cash better bullets, or just go buy all of the Costco TP to resell once the war starts. Which war? Not the one with the Houthis. Does the wheel really work? I thought it was just a Reddit strat for advanced bag holding. So yes, wheeling can work. It's capital intensive, and it frequently will leave you as an advanced bag holder. But the yields are a little bit more tenable if you covered short strangle versus just selling puts and then selling calls. Toilet paper hedges for viruses only. Is that true? I don't know. How much of our toilet paper is directly sourced from Canadian lumber? That worked out well for people wheeling Nvidia. Jesus. Yeah. I mean, there are definitely periods in the market where wheeling is a really great strategy and the yields are fantastic, but you need to be very very conscientious of macro trends and sector rotations. If you are, then you can do pretty well wheeling. It's not bad. Buying old missile silo to turn into a fallout shelter. Nothing like slow burn radiation poisoning. I'm just kidding. You probably die from carbon like monoxide or something first. About 5K, I don't know what to do with. There's always like short-term treasuries. There once was a trader named Gherkin whose trades were always certain. His cult agreed and full ported with glee until Freg and they got pegged. Nice. Freg's Day reference. Well played. Is the wheel strategy DCAing into Michelin? Hmm. Give it to me, I'll lose it for you. Market's boring. Can we ride the tariff coaster again? Not until April 2nd. Does anyone know why we're shooting missiles at at Yemen yet? Has there been any clear, or is it just tied to the cancellation of Biden's pardons while Trump was on the toilet at 3 in the morning? There once was a quant named Dork. He was left at the door by a stork. They called him a twink. His corn cutter would stink every time he cooked a chop of pork. Oh, Jesus. He's trying to open the Red Sea shipping lanes back up. They're already open. He's trying to start shit. That's what he's doing. Yeah, we've been doing limericks all morning. There's no official contest, but it's been fun so far. Backed by Iran, so there we go. Are we going to war with Iran? Or is he just like mad at them for something? You know all the limericks are AI, right? Pickle Jar can't read. Not all of them. The AI ones are really obvious though. He's always had a rage bone for Iran. It's because he wants to start his own crusade. He wants the Schwarba. No, today's not a pennant. That's like the shitty part of a reversal. But yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of consolidation since the rejection this morning. I just don't think we've built up any relevant support anywhere. Ugh. Today's the part of the reversal where people don't buy enough theta and can't ride it up. Maybe. There's still out of the money puts bought at like 56.30 and 25, which is a little bit concerning. But we're starting to get some more short puts near spot. There's actually finally some coming in at like 40, 45, and 50. Nothing out of the money though. And the like 65 and 75 bot puts are still there. But the 55 bot puts fell off. So it's turning slightly bullish very slowly. Oh, we also got some more out of the money bot calls at 75. So 70 and 75 now. A little bit at 65. Not much. Considering most nations go through a couple of periods of retardation, could this be the beginning of the US's first go at it? I don't think it's our first attempt. Was Trump speaking today? Not that I'm aware of. But that doesn't mean he hasn't spoken today. But I don't think he has like a presser or anything. Because like 30 minutes ago, he said Iran will be responsible for every Houthi fired shot, and that attacks by Houthis will be met with great force. What's a Houthi? I don't know. Have you seen that video of the general or whatever talking about how we're going to war with all of the Middle East countries, and the final stop is Iran? No. Respect to anyone going long anything in the face of a brand new international conflict in the middle of an ongoing trade war. Exactly. Houthi sounds like a derogatory term. I don't believe it is. I believe that's the Houthis, also known as the Houthi movement, and officially Ansar Allah, is Zaidi Shah Islamist political and military organization that emerged from Yemen in the 1990s. It is predominantly made up of Zadi Shias, with their namesake leadership being drawn largely from the Houthi tribe. The group has been a central player in Yemen's civil war, drawing widespread international condemnation for its human rights abuses, including targeting civilians and using child soldiers. The movement is designated as a terrorist organization by some countries. The Houthis are backed by Iran, and they are widely considered part of the Iranian-led axis of resistance. Houthi is how Tyson hosts The Masked Singer, and now we will see who Houthi under that mask. Well played, Brett. The only axis of resistance is this delta flip line. Fucking bullshit, if you ask me. You could move it, technically. What happened to slipperiness below 56.55? We've had that all day. Every failure has been like a $20, $30 drop. What an option to remove DF lines so we can release the market. Celsius is gooning. Yep, it's doing pretty good. Sold calls moving into the money. Not a significant number of them now. Well, not yet. The biggest local pile of sold calls is at 60-60. And then everything above 60-80 is sold calls. Another dork Limerick DM. Ooh. There's a dork that we love to shun. He's so pasty he never sees the sun, but he thought he was through working on code version 2 when he said, I've jumped the shark into 2.2.1. When he said, I've jumped the shark into 2.1. Oh, okay, I got it. Nice. That was pretty good. Atomic might take this. Yesterday was my birthday. Nice, man. Happy birthday, Thunder. Play a song or something for St. Patrick's Day, too. I've got to write one. Hold on. TF is so cool, but it's so annoying. Well, we haven't rejected off of it yet. Not hard. Hold on, I need to make sure this works. fucking rejected. This is gonna take like all day. Hold on. We get support like right around 50. So we'll see what happens. All right. No promises on this one, but
in fields of green that dance the land, Jay Fresh, the ginger short and mad, a leprechaun of cunning sight, causing trouble day and night. Oh, Jay Fresh, you cheeky sprite, calling SPX with delight. Up to 6,200 it'll rise, then he'll vanish for your eyes. He sneaks around without a clue, dropping mischief in each shoe. When morning comes, a shocking smell, Jay Fresh laughing, casting spells. Oh, Jay Fresh, you cheeky sprite, calling SPX with delight. Up to 6,200 it'll rise, then he'll vanish for your eyes. He's counting coins and trading tricks, hedging calls with mighty kicks. Every time the markets swing, Jay Fresh dances, laughs and sings. Oh, Jay Fresh, you cheeky sprite, calling SPX with delight. Up to 6,200 it'll rise, then he'll vanish for your eyes. Now if you see your shoes defiled, or hear predictions bold and wild, know the culprit's small and spry, Jay Fresh winking passing by. Oh, Jay Fresh, ye ginger lad, making mischief good and bad. SPX will soar anew, watch your step and guard your shoe.
why does the speed graph have 2 and 3 twice in the y-axis? I don't know. That's an excellent question. I think one's supposed to be like 2.5 and one's supposed to be 3 and then 3.5. But I think they're maybe not labeled to the second decimal. Even though 0.5 seems to work and there's no 1.5. Yeah, and 1.5 is at 2, so I'm thinking it's like 152 and then it's supposed to be 253. Yeah. Probably just well, it could either be a problem with scaling or it's just not labeling right. I'll let Nuke know. They're probably typed as integers. Gherk missed my limerick for Atomic. There once was a DBA named Atomic. Straight into his DB I vomit. I run into bugs, he doesn't give hugs, and my daddy issues he does audit. This is fucking terrible. Why can't the Bulls get it up? Yeah, let him know. Fucking trash engineer, bad scale, water gun. Todd was the man on a call who couldn't get a handle on Vol. If he can get a grip so my calls can rip, I'll personally tug on his ball. Speed's gonna pick up to the downside if we fail here. It's not a great look. Falling into the sold puts here at 45 and 40. Still bought puts out at 30 and 25. Those don't seem to be going anywhere. I think they might be causing some problems with the upside here. Still not getting out to positive gamma or delta. Looks like some of the calls that were bought pulled back. Yeah, some of the bot calls pulled back a little on that. So we got some sold calls at 50, 55, 60 now. A few more at 60 than there were. I wonder if the bot calls are just too far out of the money here. It seems like things are like waiting on data, but there's no data coming out. And there's no events today either. Another head and shoulders on ES with 44 as support. No, I guess VWAP support on ES. Again. This one's a little less sloppy than the prior one, which failed. Yeah, 5,700 support on ES. So we'll see what happens. But if this slips and we fall into the bot puts, probably back down to 5,600. Well, I guess like 56.15? 56.20? Maybe 20. And then a loss at 20, down to 5,600. Still kind of shitty, though. Not what the Bulls need this week. What happens when Elon gets kicked off Tesla's board? Do they get priced at normal car company again? I mean, he's such a genius visionary. That must be the only possible outcome. I really wanted some upsides. The vol comes down a little and we can get puts with some theta. Yeah, that'd be neat. It might not happen, but it'd be really neat. Mm. Yeah, FOMC decisions on Wednesday. The actual page to crop in OneNote says go take a crop screenshot and paste it back into OneNote. Top 5 company world. There's a thing called bad guy autism that autistic people say gives them a bad name. Elon made it mainstream recently. I thought he wasn't like full blown autistic, he was just a spurg. There once was a mod called Carl. During sex, he would grunt and snarl. To everyone's surprise, his pee did rise. He conceived a better trader called Barl. That's beautiful. If Carl were here to hear that, he would be overwhelmed. Don't they normally pump into FOMC? Yeah, normally. Other Carl approves. There once was a man whose palms were sweaty, weak knees, arms were heavy, vomited on his sweater already, mom spaghetti. He was nervous, but on the surface, calm and ready. Beautiful. Where did you get that, Load Warrior? Is there positioning above us they could use to pump into end of day? Yeah, sure. If we could get some of the sold calls in the money. We seem to be struggling with that a lot, though. Given that we can't get to positive delta on the intraday, it seems to be a bit of a problem. But maybe if they try for like a 5th or 6th time, they'll nail it. From the movie 8 Mile. He's truly a cunning linguist. Today I learned Eminem plagiarized Load Warrior. It's a small world. In a market where traders all scheme, short ladders emerge like a dream. On my GME stake, they tried hard to shake, but my diamond hands held the beam. Yeah, there's an inverse head and shoulder on the 5 minute again. The last one failed though, so let's see what this one does. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, I'm sorry, it's St. Patrick's Day. Jesus. You have to add a Mother Mary in there. Hear me out. If we get Trump to invite Carvana to the White House, what if Trump just imposes tariffs on Carvana? Like he finds out that the Tesla Elon sold him was in fact from Carvana. Are we at the weighing machine part of the market? Yeah, but tariffs on Gamma Strike? I think we're gonna actually get hit with that shit. Well, no, because there's no tariffs on digital products yet. But if there are, then we're gonna get fucked. Should have bought a Lucid, a no value added tax. I feel like this will end up with Ernie Garcia stuck between Trump and the cartels real fast. What? You think he's doing it for the cartels and HSBC? That's silly. Everyone wants to buy debt on depreciating assets. Digital product tariffs would get nasty for tech. That's why we don't have them. Because Trump's technocratic overlords would never want that to happen. But they'll soon find out that they can't control what Trump says at 3 a.m. or who he shoots missiles at. He's a wild card. Coffee. How much aluminum does GS buy? I mean, just whatever popcorn trader invoices us for. I haven't looked at the financials on that. No, not a gap it filled. Yeah. Has anyone checked if the brainworm thing is contagious? No. But you assume when it ran out of food to eat in RFK, it would move on. There once was a man named Kenny who was obsessed with not losing a penny. When the market went down, he wore a huge frown and smashed every bedpost a mini. Nice. That was good. Out of RFK eats whale, probably Lex living for that worm. Oh my god, did you guys see that fucking it was like a series of memes where like RFK is playing Dungeons and Dragons and he like finds a whale and then rolls a d20 to find a fucking chainsaw in the trunk of his car. I gotta find it now. That shit's so funny. That's fucking great. What an epic meme. Oh, I got another limerick. Jack and Jill went up the hill so Jack could lick Jill's candy. Jack got a shock and a mouthful of cock because Jill's real name was Randy. This is the fucking best day ever. We should just do this every day. Winner. Oh, fucking Christ. How many failures are we gonna get? This is like another head, turning into another Head and Shoulders. MQ looks like dog shit too. Although it may still have support. It failed to test it view up. Maybe it'd be better if we slip, so the puts at 30 and 20 close. I mean, I don't know how much of an effect they're having on spot right now. It might be better if we slip, just so bulls will sell calls or sell puts lower, because they don't seem to want to sell any puts at spot really. Like they've got a couple at 40, 45, 50, but they're not really selling any puts above it. Tesla's going straight down. Good. When Elon poor. Fucking shit, this is so slow. Gamma picks up really quickly to the upside. If we weren't on the negative side of that, that would probably be slightly bullish. But we need to get out above like 57. We need to get above 57 and then above 73, 72. We're pretty important. Did you say there's an Elon blows up number? Yeah, I don't know what it is though. I just know he's got a lot of like leveraged loans on his ownership on Tesla. Turns out I was crying in an interview and asked about your company. It makes it go down. I saw that. Tesla probably has to drop a lot for that to happen. I think like under 100. Might be lower. What are the less risk-averse participants take advantage of days like today where VIX is moving down and prices just drifting to push like crazy? It's not easy to push up from here, and like the problem is they're trying, right? I mean, we've bounced like 10 times today. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 bounces off of like 50 to 45. And they've all failed. So it's not like they're not trying to get it up higher. I mean, it's just the notional amount of gamma and delta that are falling off with a $1 move to the downside is still huge. Like that shit is negative as fuck. So these rejections, it's like really hard to pump through the initial rejection. So basically, they need a test. Like they need to push out at like 60, well, 57 now. And they need like no sellers, no profit taking, nobody coming in on the sold call side. Otherwise their positions just aren't big enough. And then the people with really big money, they just don't want to risk on here. I mean, IV30, IV10 are all well above like the 30-day historic vol. And so, the risk of selling puts here is very, very high. They're willing to sell them far out of the money, but that's not sufficient enough to build leverage to push through the negative delta to the upside. They need to sell, aggressively and at the money. Also, the spread today is not very favorable. Like on the 0DTE implied move, like the AM contracts had like the positive ARB. So participants are going to be more encouraged to like long vol it's on the weekly, like the 0DTE contract, and then sell the vol on the AM contract, which means that in the intraday it's like not particularly bullish, and that can go either way, right? They can sell the vol on the call side, which they have heavily. And chat me when you find a wife or two. They try to tell us what not to do. Stop maxing your credit card for pigeon wheel looks. Stop cooking the books. Instead, just step back and let Bert stew. Fucking awesome. Well done. I heard you want a limerick about a limerick. There once was a Gherk with big sorrow. From boring AI, all the limericks would borrow. Then read about Randy having lollipop candy and wished he could read more tomorrow. The fucking Randy one was great. Special Secretary speaking at 1 a.m. Conor McGregor is also at the White House playing Leprechaun. Wait, really? That's like a whole dirty, kind of trashy Leprechaun that I wouldn't have expected. Tesla under 100 still overpriced. That's crazy. Yeah. But what's crazier is its valuations right now. Tesla at the 30 MA on the monthly. I love to see it. Probably gonna have a short-term bounce from here though. Actually not that much support on Tesla to the downside here. I think if Tesla starts to fall under VN, it's gonna get pretty ugly. Most of the delta that built up last week fell off. It looks like it's got a pretty clean move down to 200. More like 170. Jesus. Seems like there's a lot of delta down at like 100, 105. It looks like a slip of 50 down to 220. 200 below that. Yeah, there's plenty of gamma to fall off to the downside to about 2. I can see it stabilizing around 2 though. Like 2, 210. In between there. Yeah, and Vana to the downside starting to pick up too, which probably looks pretty nasty. Oof. Yeah, that's a good way for it to get down to like 170 or 165 if the IV keeps picking up on the downside move, which will increase more after it falls under VN. So losing VN on the intraday, which I think it has already, right? Yeah, it's like right at VN, 30 cents below it. That's really bad because IV is gonna start to pick up on the downside move, and it could sell off a lot harder. So still some range on it. The Gork, their TTMP is brought down to a much more reasonable checks notes 114. Not actually dressed as a leprechaun, but he is there in the press room and wants to speak to the people of Ireland. The leprechaun part was a joke. I think the only joke there might be Conor McGregor. There once was a lion, Mufasa. Dork made insufficient hydration focaccia. Jayfresh's kid took a dump in the hot tub. Oh god, why won't my puts go in the money? I knew you could pull it off, Squamsk. I'll let negative gamma is not supportive. Not if volatility is picking up. How bad were the Shamrock socks during the meeting with the Irish Premier? That shit was embarrassing. There's no monarchy in Ireland. Why Gex look like shark fin? Ooh haha. Why did China M1 squirt, pumping money into their economy? They had to wait till the US decided to actively fuck itself over before releasing the fiscal seals. They're technically England, right? No. There's the Republic of Ireland, which is an independent country, and then there's Northern Ireland, which is still part of Great Britain. There once was a man named Dork. He wanted to show us his pork. When he whipped out his chops, our mouth did all drop. It looked like roast rat from New York. Beautiful. Be right back. I'm going to Arby's for a Reuben. Wait, Arby's has Reubens? What? That's disgusting. I thought Arby's went out of business. Please go to Ireland and tell them they're British. Let me know how that goes. There once was a trader named Beef, whose losses caused his wife grief. Now he is banned, a shell of a man, as prices tank from the Orange Commander-in-Chief. You'll get back in the saddle one day, Beef. Don't worry. You've just got to replenish your life savings. Did you time Bob out for saying Arby's is gross? They have meats, but they're of questionable quality. If I were to make a movie about stock markets with Gherk, it would have nothing to do with his amazing skills. Wait, Arby's has Reubens? And that's the moment the ADHD kicked in. They're opening new Arby's? We're just gonna skip my ginger balls, Limerick. I didn't see it. Hold on. Uh, I don't think it printed to chat, dude. DM it to me, Dave. You're a pigeon whale. You have access. Why is Delta Flip a fortress? Because it's hard to climb over the wall to the upside. The Chelgoon won't stop. Celsius is kicking ass today. You know what else is up hard? My monster. Stock. The Arby's on Sunset Boulevard closed. It was a sad day. And Arby's closing is not a sad day. Their food went to shit like 8 years before everyone else's. They were in shitifying their products to the max in like 2010. The production of salt, sulfate, potassium, magnesium chloride. Yeah, it's kind of gooning pretty hard. Margins improved big time in the last earnings. Still negative, and they still don't make money, but insider buying's always nice. Doesn't mean anything. It's not like insiders are known to be competent investors. There once was a smart engineer. He showed his red balls with a sneer. He shit on AI with his dick to the sky, and off his sex couch cleaned a cum smear. Chafers is getting destroyed while he's on vacation. Badumps. No problem, man. I mean, if we can push out back above like $12, looks like it would probably have some room to run. But the not making money part kind of sucks in the long term, for a long term investment. I'm not saying that. The Wicked Witch of the West. There was a cringy VP who jerked his penis with glee. While borking the couch, he yelled out, ouch, a zipper had snagged his penis. Why didn't you just write penis? Penis. PP, glee. Okay. Alright. A fellow named Squamps with his berries wrote verses that banished all worries. Though his style was unique, his delivery sleek, his hypnotic allure never varies. Nice. Love it. Is it time for her to talk yet? What the fuck is going on? What is Josephine Goebbels up to today?
Trump have done. Remain in Mexico, ending catch and release. It's something President Biden could have done. He said he couldn't, but President Fox a little bit earlier. So great to see so many awesome things happening, including
There once was a dick named Trash who lived in a wetland of ash. One day he saw God with a hot ripping bod. Now he's always ready to smash. Beautiful. There once was a cat with red balls. He talked about puts and sold calls. They cost him like shares, but nobody cares because we're too busy pissing up walls. Nice. Well done, Dave. There once was a chat on YouTube where they saw a green candle they bothered their clown repeating win down and gave him all of their money. I said YT. Oh, okay. Oh. At Arby's meats were all stacked, then crowds left revenue lacked. The parasites cried, their feasting denied. Now jobless, the worms lost their snack. But there's always RFK. There once was a love of full of zest, but pickles and eggplants felt best. With pork chops on plates and stop losses fates, the bulls had no power, no rest. Nice. Would you pay $700 for a charcuterie board? Maybe. Probably not. It's technically not the 7th test of the Delta Flip. It's the 4th. If we test it and we don't get rejected beforehand. That Gex line is ultra sus. Why? There once was a President Trump. At liberal news, he's a grump. While at the golf course, started a trade war, and his diaper is a brown pump. I'm not even reading that one, Sinbad. That's terrible. MOASS isn't real. We've been over this. Mm. White House brief coming up. It was supposed to have started like 11 minutes ago. Red Lobster would bust, would a play. Shrimp spied a chance, oh so bright. Moon to 2 cents a share, sold shellfish with flair. Now lobster calls pinch with delight. Can you afford Red Lobster with your gains on shrimp? You need to go to Forever 21. For what? There once was a President Biden. Under his watch, the wealth gap did widen. He gave rich people money on copious amphetamines, and in his diaper, poops were riding. I just wanted to throw one out for the other guys so people don't think I'm biased. Oh, hey, shit, we broke above the flip. Why does it say Tesla? It's the last stock I looked up.
Good afternoon. Happy Monday. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I see a lot of us are very festive in our green. Peter Ducey, I like it. First today, I want to address the devastating tornadoes and storms that have impacted many states throughout the South and the Midwest. As of this morning, more than 40 innocent lives have been lost, and many communities have been totally destroyed. The president has been actively monitoring the situation.
What the fuck?
And the Trump administration is engaged with governors and local officials to restore affected communities.
It's Reichstag Barbie.
Everyone impacted is in our prayers. And President Trump is fully prepared to assist state and local officials as they recover from the horrific damage. The president has had a very busy weekend, making our country and the world a much safer place. President Trump ordered decisive military action against the Houthi terrorists in Yemen. These Houthi terrorists have engaged in piracy, violence, and terrorism against American ships for years under the Biden administration, costing billions of dollars and putting innocent lives at risk. Joe Biden's pathetic weakness invited these unacceptable attacks. But there's a new sheriff in town, and his name is Donald Trump. And the world is officially on notice.
The
America
fuck?
has a commander-in-chief whose peace-through-strength approach
Sounds like a middle schooler wrote
should not be
this.
tested. As the president said, no terrorist
Like she
force
was just
can
like
stop
rage
American
journaling on
naval
her
vessels from
MySpace.
freely sailing throughout the world. Houthi terrorists and their Iranian backers should not cross President Trump again, and the president has made that clear today. On another important matter, President Trump signed a proclamation invoking the Alien Enemies Act regarding the invasion of the United States by the foreign terrorist organization Tren de Aragua. At the president's direction, the Department of Homeland Security carried out a counter-terrorism operation deporting nearly 200 violent Tren de Aragua terrorists, which will save countless American lives. Thanks to the great work of the Department of State, these heinous monsters were extracted and removed to El Salvador, where they will no longer be able to pose any
President
threat
Trump directly
to American
violated a
public.
federal judge court order.
Tren de Aragua is one of the most ruthless terrorist gangs in the world.
Gains?
And they are responsible for some of the most heinous crimes that have occurred in our nation's history in recent years, including the savage murders of beautiful
Heinous.
Laken Riley and Jocelyn Nungray. President Trump promised Laken and Jocelyn's families during his campaign that he would demand justice for their beautiful girls, and that's exactly what he did. As the president acknowledged during his inaugural address on January 20th, he pledged to invoke this act, and he has no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions. President Trump will continue his historic efforts to seal the border and prevent these illegal invaders from coming here. And
Doesn't she know you have to say AI
As
way
the New
more?
York Times is
She edited
acknowledged
that out
over
of the
weekend,
script.
President Trump's policies are working. Here's how the Times summed it up. Illegal crossings at the U.S.-Mexico border are down to their lowest level in decades. Once crowded migrant
Because no one wants to
shelters,
fucking live here anymore.
instead of heading north, people stranded in Mexico are starting to return home in bigger numbers.
You've done a great
The border
job
is almost
making the
100%
country
from just a
suck.
couple of years ago, when hundreds of thousands of people from around the world were crossing into the United States every month in scenes of chaos and upheaval. This is the Trump effect in action. And again, those are the words from the New York Times. We didn't need a border security bill. We just needed President Trump. All of these actions taken together are contributing to a wave of optimism about the direction of our great country. According to brand new polling from NBC News, more registered voters say the United States is heading in the right direction than at any point since early 2004.
Is this the New York Post?
Americans support President Trump's common sense approach that's getting
Are we
our country
sourcing the
back on track
Post?
in record time. Meanwhile, the president's critics can't say the same. That same new NBC poll also found that the Democrat Party has reached an all-time low in popularity. It turns out when you let your hatred of President Trump get in the way of doing what is best for America, the people reject you. Who would have thought? Joining us today in our new media seat is Kelly Meyer. She is a White House correspondent with News Nation. News Nation started in 2021 and is one of America's fastest growing cable news networks with a focus on news for all
_gains
of
AI
America.
put their pickle
It's
in my
part of a
jar. Are we
larger
winning, Dad?
ecosystem.
Cheers.
Nexstar, which is
The
the
battle, but not the war.
political
Heinous
website, The
Gains.
Hill, the broadcast network, the CW, and local Nexstar stations. With that, kick us off, please, Kelly.
Thank you, Caroline. What do you say to Americans who want safe streets but are concerned due process is being violated?
The president is using every lever of his executive authority and his constitutional authority within the bounds of the immigration laws of our country to ensure that our streets are safer for law-abiding American citizens. And this administration is focused on detaining, arresting, and deporting.
It's completely irrelevant to any policy or world affairs. Yeah, it is.
Authority under the Alien Enemies Act to deport foreign terrorists. Tren de Aragua is now a designated foreign terrorist organization. And as I said, there were nearly 200 Tren de Aragua members who were sent to El Salvador this weekend. Countless lives will be saved because of this action. And if you talk to the families, the Angel families, as I mentioned, Blake and Riley and Jocelyn Nunga,
The executive
they
branch is
understand
totally
the grave
disregarding
cost
judicial
of
orders.
life
Yep.
at the hands of these
Yes, they are.
terrorists. And the president is proud to deliver on that promise for them.
And just to follow up on that, this will be challenged later today in the court.
RP 89 Billy.
You know,
That money's getting burned up right now.
by the court order without having this, the checks and balances and the separation of power.
No, in fact, this administration.
Who's gonna
acts within
enforce
the confines
them?
of
The
law,
judiciary
within the
can.
president's constitutional authority and under the authority granted to him under the Alien Enemies Act. We are quite confident in that, and we are wholly confident that we are going to win this case in court. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. If you guys can't send 200 Tren de Aragua terrorists at a time to El Salvador, where are you going to send them instead?
It's a very good question. You'd have to ask the courts and the people on the left who are trying to fight this administration for doing the business that this president sought out to do, which is
Apparently this is very
these
bullish.
foreign terrorists, and we're very grateful to President Bukele and to El Salvador for accepting these heinous monsters where they will face justice.
And if these guys are terrorists at war with the United States, is President Trump considering anything more lethal to address them than just sticking them on a plane somewhere else?
Well, it sounded like you had a little bit of curiosity in the premise of your question, so I want to address it. These are designated foreign terrorists. The president signed a proclamation on February 20th, 2025, designating TDA as a foreign terrorist organization that was in consultation with the Attorney General and the Secretary of Treasury. That was pursuant to 8 U.S. Code 1189. The president has the right to do that. And I think nobody would argue that Tren de Aragua should be designated a foreign terrorist organization. If you want to have that argument, I'm happy to do it. These are heinous monsters, rapists, murderers, kidnappers, sexual assaulters, predators who have no right to be in this country, and they must be held accountable.
And something different. There is now a member of the European Parliament from France who does not think the U.S. represents the values of the Statue of Liberty anymore. They want the Statue of Liberty back. So is President Trump going to send the Statue of Liberty back to France?
Absolutely not. And my advice to that unnamed low-level French politician would be to remind them that it's only because of the United States of America that the French are not speaking German right now. So they should be very grateful to our great country. Kelly.
Is the administration prepared to give the court what it wants in terms of the time of the flights that departed, that went to El Salvador, and some of those details that the judge is asking for in trying to determine the timing? Clearly, the 5
This is insane. It is.
That's right.
Compliance, but looking more broadly, wanting to know about the timing of flights and so forth, because the verbal order did say turn around the flights if there's an issue. So is the administration prepared to provide that information?
I'm prepared to provide it right now. All of the planes that were subject to the written order, the judge's written order, took off before the order was entered in the courtroom on Saturday. And the administration will, of course, be happily answering all of those questions that the judge poses in court later today.
And for people who have due process questions about making certain that there wasn't anyone who was swept up who did not meet the criteria.
It was with the French support during the Revolutionary War. We would still be under English dominion. Yeah.
How that was determined, who the individuals were.
We also would have had a lot harder time fighting the
Yes,
South.
I can assure the American people that Customs and Border Patrol and ICE and the Department of Homeland Security are sure about the identities of the individuals who were on these planes.
I can't believe that
They
anyone
they
is so
chose
dumb that they
our
think this
homeland.
sounds
They take this
anything
incredibly
resembling a
seriously.
reputable
They are putting their
government.
lives on the
I
line,
agree.
to deport these designated terrorists from our country, and they should be trusted to do that. And that's exactly what the American people elected this president to do.
Thanks, Caroline. Just to follow up on that, then, so you're saying definitively the administration can prove everyone that was put on those flights to El Salvador was either a member of Tren de Agua, MS-13, or some other
Yeah,
entity?
we've already provided the breakdown in the effort of transparency about the
Marketing for
261
GS is a
people
chore.
aliens who were
Designing
deported,
campaigns is a bore.
137
But since I
of those
know
were
once they
deported
try
under
it,
the Alien Enemies
retail
Act.
traders would
101
buy
of
it.
those were
Here I
violations
sit now on
of
Gamma Strike
Title
Whore.
8, as you know, just regular immigration proceedings.
Beautiful
23
atomic.
of them were MS-13 Salvadorian gang members. There were also 2 MS-13 ringleaders as part of that group of 23 who President Bukele particularly expressed his gratitude for their return so he can demand justice in his home country. Jennifer.
What criteria, though, other than, say, tattoos or maybe being in the wrong place at the wrong time, are they using to determine that someone is actually a member of one of these organizations?
Intelligence and the men and women on the ground in the interior
What
of our
intelligence?
country, who are finally being allowed to do their jobs. Their hands were tied under the previous administration, and as I said, they take their jobs very seriously. They should be trusted and respected by the American
There
public.
once was a president whose son smoked crack,
And, of course,
but who
President
hasn't
Bukele
just cut him some slack. With whores by his side into the sunset he did ride, till the auto pen pardon was taken back.
El Salvador to imprison these Venezuelans, and then a different question on Russia. I was wondering if you could give us.
Does rolling the bot call to a higher strike act as a way of taking profits and staying protected? Not.
To your first question, it was approximately $6 million to El Salvador.
Depends on how high you roll it.
Of these
Sure.
terrorists.
It's not
And I would
a
point
great
out
way
that
of
is
doing
pennies
it.
on the dollar in comparison to the cost of life and the cost it would impose on the American taxpayer to house these terrorists in maximum security prisons here in the United States of America. And I would echo the message of our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who expressed his gratitude to President Bukele and El Salvador's government for their cooperation in this deal. As for Russia, as you know, the president announced last night on Air Force One on his return from his very busy weekend in Florida that he will be speaking. with
There
President
once was a woman
tomorrow.
named
I won't
Maple,
get
and the
into
pickle jar she's
specifics,
working
but
on being
I
a
can say
staple.
we're on the 10th
She
floor
definitely
right
has toes and some of life woes. From a bot to a bitch, she is able.
And the
Oh, and happy
president
9 months or whatever.
is determined to
Cheers.
get one done. Sure, Caitlin.
I have 2 questions for you. One on the flights, but first, the president's post overnight
If you roll that cost less than your gains, you're just gambling way more than a loose trailing stop.
Null and void.
Yeah, yeah. You're adding a lot of risk.
Authority to undo a pardon simply because it was signed by auto pen, as he said.
The
Tracy
president
Turtle
was
act like
citing
it's a
the
choice to
question,
luring
I think a lot of
commissions.
journalists in
Yeah.
this room should be asking about whether or not the former president of the United States, who I think we can all finally agree was cognitively impaired. I know it took people some time.
think
to
you're
finally admit
cognitively
that,
impaired.
But we all know that to be true, as evidenced by his disastrous debate performance against President Trump during the campaign. I digress on that. But the president was raising the point that did the president even know about these pardons? Was his illegal signature used without his consent or knowledge? And that's not just the president or me raising those questions, Caitlin. According to the New York Post, there are Biden officials from the previous White House who raised those questions and wondered if the president was even consulted about his legally binding signature being signed onto documents. And so I think it's a question that everybody in this room should be looking into, because certainly that would propose perhaps criminal or illegal behavior if staff members were signing the president of the United States autograph without his consent.
Is on the record talking about issuing preemptive pardons to these people.
But was
This
he
is like the
aware of
third time the
signature
post has
being
been
used on every
cited
single pardon?
as a reputable source.
White House.
Any evidence on that he wasn't aware of it?
You're a reporter. You should find out. Sean.
On the flight, so I have a question on the timeline.
You're making the claim.
About the judge's written order.
Logical fallacy.
Saturday night at about 7:26 p.m. But he issued a verbal order before that at about 6:05.
Celsius is already kind of mooning.
The court hearing.
It gets spicy above 30.
The bench. Does the White House feel the need to
No, Glorp. I say something,
Again,
you
as
have
I
to
said,
disprove
all
it,
the claims
otherwise I'm
are
right.
Subject to the written order of this judge, departed U.S. soil, U.S. territory before the judge's written order.
But what about the verbal order, which of course carries the same legal weight as a written order, and said for the planes to turn around if they were
Well,
in the air?
there's actually questions about whether a verbal order carries the same weight as
No, there
written
isn't.
order, as a written order, and our lawyers are determined to ask and answer those questions in court. Sean.
Hey, so on Friday, the president suggested at length that it should be illegal to criticize judges, but he has repeatedly criticized judges who rule against him, and Elon Musk is calling for impeachment of judges who have opposed the administration. So how are those two things not in conflict?
I have not heard the president talk about impeaching judges. I know you mentioned Mr. Musk's tweet, but I have not heard the president of the United States ask that. Mary.
Hey, thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask.
Illegal to criticize something? Oof, that's scary. Yeah.
About deportations of illegal migrants. What's the strategy behind the White House?
Kirk has no body hair at all. Prove me wrong.
I think the White House and our entire government clearly is leaning into the message of this president. And we are unafraid to double down and to take responsibility and ownership of the serious decisions that are being made.
The crimes
The
they're committing.
president was elected with an overwhelming mandate to launch the largest mass deportation campaign in American history, and that's exactly what he is doing. And to this very day, we are now, I think, 56 or 7 days into the administration by my count. The president still receives an overwhelming public support.
Once again, we have President Trump,
So
whom I've heard has a mushroom-shaped junk. He ignored court orders, threatens friends' borders, and now our economy's sunk.
The specific video you referenced, I think it sums up our immigration policy pretty well. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions. First, will President Trump put sanctions on Russia if the talks on Tuesday don't go as hoped? And secondly, have any illegal immigrants self-deported through CBP?
We saw the lotion kitty. Gherkin is smooth and waxed.
Floated, and certainly he's willing to do if necessary. I don't.
It's almost time for Hot Pickle Spring, Natu, of course. Can you guess my favorite quant? It's atomic. When asked about second, it's atomic. Dirk and Jfish get mad. Carl and Barl are just sad because number 3 is also atomic.
To facilitate the mass illegal entry of illegal immigrants into our country. It was like a fast pass at Disneyland. That's not happening under this administration. We are encouraging illegal immigrants to actively self-deport to maybe save themselves
Damn,
from
that's
being in one of these
fucked
videos. Sure. John, good to see you.
I didn't even make the shit list.
Bombed the Houthis yesterday. He said that if they retaliate, he was going to personally hold Iran accountable for that. Holding them accountable, what would that look like?
Well, I would defer you to what the president put out this morning, John, where he said very clearly, I will
Self-deport? That sounds pretty good.
Hundreds of attacks being made by Houthi, the sinister mobsters and thugs based in Yemen, who are hated by the Yemeni people, are all created by Iran. Any further attack or retaliation by the Houthis will be met with great force, and there is no guarantee that the force will stop there. Iran has played the innocent victim of rogue terrorists from which they've lost control, but they haven't lost control. They are dictating every move, giving them the weapons, supplying them with money, and highly sophisticated military equipment. Even
Nuke, the voice hype is because on Discord, I have your microphone blasted, like, all the way to the max.
Weapons and leadership of Iran. And Iran,
because otherwise I can't hear you.
Consequences, and those consequences will be dire. That is a statement from the President of the United States just moments ago.
So you can, like, hear your vocal cords start to vibrate before any sound comes out.
Take this president seriously, and I think the Houthis learned that the hard way this past weekend. As I said,
They just like the loud. Yeah, if I put the mic right up against my mouth, they get all wet and horny. Watch.
And allow terrorists to launch attacks on commercial vessels in U.S. naval ships.
Fuck yeah, not you.
Sure, Edward.
On the economy. So after mostly a down week last week in the economy, you know, you've been very vocal as well as other cabinet members about how we're in a transition and about how you know, this economic transition
ridiculous.
Plan for tariffs on this. How concerned?
My office chair is now even more of a mess.
We'll freak out over these tariffs and be concerned about a long-term plan.
Sure. I think I've been asked this question and answered this question respectfully, Edward. We are in a period of transition.
Oh, yeah. Feel your righteous indignation.
His belief in tariffs. And
try to be more patronizing.
Clear, restoring wealth back to our country. And if you look at the president's first-term economic formula, massive deregulation, tax cuts.
My Blarney Stone is rock hard.
Wall Street and Main Street should both be assured by what President Trump did in his first term. It's the exact same formula. In fact, I would argue it's even better this time around.
There once was a fellow named Piccolo who watched the White House with a tickle. With briefings so wild, he laughed like a child. Now he trades stocks for a quick nickel. Nice.
The national average of the price of gas is down 40%
NQ at 20K.
1 year ago, and there was also a new report out this morning about wholesale egg prices. They continue to fall. A dozen eggs are now
Glorp, I'm scared. Illegal to criticize judges. Next thing illegal to do anything.
7% decrease overall. So I think the
American
people do have great reason to be optimistic about
the
economy. And as I've said repeatedly, it continues.
Trump said that nobody should criticize judges, and then Elon said that we should impeach any judges that block them. You're just supposed to criticize the chosen judges. Yeah.
Well, I think the president would tell you that all options are always on the table, and he's always ready to respond if he feels the United States is being unfairly treated by our allies and also our competitors around the world. But yes, the April 2nd day is a big day for the country.
75 tests.
Reciprocal tariffs will go into effect. We'll have more details on that as the date nears, but our entire
if we hold up above this level, then yeah, we should be able to push out to
discussions as well about what that will look like. And the president,
well, it might be. Hold on one second.
You will hear from him directly on it. Deborah Saunders, how are you?
Fine. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Former pardon attorney Elizabeth Boyer believes she was fired for refusing to sign off on a move to restore gun rights to actor Mel Gibson. DOJ's Todd Blanche says no. But I want to know, is the administration dedicated to restoring gun rights to felons who serve their times? I ask this because I've talked to people who were pardoned. They felt that was important. Of course, this isn't necessarily for a pardon. What is the president's thinking on this issue?
Sure.
After you've served your sentence, should you have gun rights?
It's an important question. It is one I have not spoken to the president about on his views, but I will take it to him this afternoon. I will tell him you asked, and we will get you an answer. You're welcome. Jonathan.
Thanks a lot, Carol. I have a question for you regarding administration complying with judges' orders. I want to ask about an administration spokesperson who's the border czar, Tom Homan. He was on Fox News.
We love Tom Homan.
And he was talking about the deportations, and he said the following, he said, we're not stopping. I don't
Sold
care
calls
what
at 80.
think, which seems to me
They're a little bit of a roadblock here, but bot calls 70, 75.
from the federal bench. Is that the case? Can you clarify that, please?
Well, I think since you just quoted Tom, I'll quote Tom. He said, I don't care what the judges think, but I can assure you that the administration is complying with the court order. And as I've said repeatedly from this podium, all of the flights that were subject to the judge's written order departed before the written order, and we are prepared to make that case in court later this afternoon. Reagan.
And then if I could, on Russia, the president, as you pointed out, Caroline, made some remarks on Air Force One coming back from Florida, and he seemed to indicate that the conversation tomorrow concerns essentially dividing up assets, dividing up territory.
Next upside test on ES of relevance.
Given President
5723.
Well, as you know, the president and his entire national security team have been engaged directly with President Zelensky and the Ukrainian team, and that has been part
5744 for those of you looking at the
Ukrainians. As for where those lines will be drawn,
June
or the
contract.
specifics, I am not going to get into that from this podium. It would be unwise for me to get ahead of the president's call with President Putin tomorrow. But again, I can assure you, in the effort of transparency, as this president always
Am I 50? 5700 C, the dollar gonna make me rich? Maybe. I also have 30, 3655 C, just in case. Nice. I can't wait for us to have our Pontiff event.
Does the president have a list of potential nominees that he's vetting? I do not have an update on a timeline, nor do I have a list, but I can certainly have our team gather that for you and provide it. You're welcome. Sure. Go ahead.
PAX has been moving up pretty good all day.
Sure.
Caroline, so the president is visiting the Kennedy Center this afternoon to attend a board meeting. A question about what happened a few weeks ago. The Kennedy Center got bomb threats targeting a performance by Shingun Performing Arts, which is an American company showcasing China before communism. This company has been targeted, unfortunately, by the CCP for years. I'm wondering if this administration has a response to this.
When are bulls cooked? If they can't get above 5800 by FOMC, depending on the FOMC decision, ideally they would get this back to like 5900 or 6000 before we run into the AM contract. So by like midday Thursday.
And the president will be traveling to the Kennedy Center later this afternoon. I look forward to going with him. As you know, he is now the chairman of the board of the Kennedy Center, where he hopes to restore arts and culture that embrace American tradition, don't disparage it, as we have unfortunately seen over the past several years. The president will be doing a tour of the center. In his business developer mind, I'm sure he will make some recommendations on how the center itself can be improved, but also will be discussing perhaps some future plays and musicals and theatrical programs that the center will be hosting under his new leadership and the board's new leadership. Daniel.
Will the president be discussing
Ooh, nice.
the future of Volodymyr Zelensky? Sort of a follow-up to John's question.
Again, I've been asked and answered this question now. I'm not going to get ahead of the president's discussion tomorrow, but after the phone call takes place, I can certainly provide a readout. Daniel.
Caroline, thank you so much. You mentioned earlier in the briefing that you guys are at the 10-yard line of peace. Given the amount of progress that you've made in such a short amount of time, is that an indictment of the previous administration's foreign policy stance, and is it just more proof that you need to talk to people to sort of get things done?
I think so. I think the previous administration is the reason this war began. As President Trump often says, this war would have never started if he were still in office. It only started because of the
still a little faster than
and President Trump is
TV.
very proud of the progress that he and his team have made in such a short amount of time.
Like SIBO Live on
Hopefully
TV.
Tomorrow, that progress will move forward. Sure.
Thanks.
It seems like it's like a couple ticks ahead.
Hours that the administration has decided to withdraw from the International Center for the Prosecution
Nice.
of the Crime of Aggression against Ukraine, which is designed to hold Putin accountable for war crimes. Are you able to confirm that? And if that
Yeah, I know. We haven't done that
I'm
yet.
not able to confirm it because I have not heard that. I will caution, I know there have been many inaccurate and misleading reports from Reuters lately, so I would caution anybody taking that seriously, but I can check in and get back to you. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline. Is it the president's belief that the Justice Department should be investigating members of the January 6th Select Committee? Is he directing the DOJ to do that?
No, it's just wrong.
Clear in his address on Friday. I believe some of you were there. I was there. He made his vision for what he would like to see of the Department of Justice very clear, but he said that he has appointed great people in Attorney General Pam Bondi and also in our FBI Director Kash Patel to do what they think is best for our
Yeah, I know, putting flaps.
the weaponization of justice that we saw under the previous administration.
Interesting hearing her preach caution about taking things seriously. Yeah.
Restore the Department of Justice to an institution that focuses on fighting law and order and crime and putting real criminals behind bars, not targeting Americans because of their religion or their political speech. We saw that under the previous administration, and it's unacceptable to this president.
And just to follow up,
As long as their political speech is properly aligned.
Go in the Oval Office, the president said he will always abide by the courts. We heard what Tom Homan said earlier today. So I'm only asking just to be clear for the American people. It is the administration's belief that they will that you feel like you are bound to comply by the judge's orders?
We are complying with the judge's orders.
Question on the storm.
Sure.
What role does the president see for FEMA with these storms? He's talking about getting rid of FEMA, states handling their own disasters. Does he plan to change how the federal government responds to these storms?
There hasn't been a change yet. That doesn't mean there couldn't be in the future. But as of right now, the president, the entire administration are actively monitoring the storms, as I said. In fact, before I came down here, there was an email note in my inbox from the Department of Homeland Security on what they are actually doing state by state across the board. So rest assured, Secretary Noem and her team is on it, and I would defer you to the Department of Homeland Security for any further details.
One more question. The president referenced power plants with a conversation with Vladimir Putin. What is he referring to with power plants? What is that?
There's a power plant that is on the border of Russia and Ukraine that was up for discussion with the Ukrainians, and he will address it in his call with Putin tomorrow.
The nuclear plant.
Correct. Okay. Yes. Do you have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this Ann Coulter Jr.? Ann Coulter's been pretty outspoken against the current administration.
Particularly, will you be releasing their names?
I don't believe so because of the privacy concerns at this point in time. That doesn't mean we won't eventually.
And peak irony.
Department of Homeland Security for more details on the individuals on the flights.
The Liar Pro Tour is pretty intense this season.
And also some of the crimes committed by these heinous criminals and individuals: kidnapping, sexual abuse of a child, robbery, aggravated assault on a police
For
officer.
plagiarism.
I remind everybody in this room that Tren de Aragua is a foreign terrorist organization.
Stop repeating the
in
shit.
The United States of America, because the previous administration allowed them to invade our country. These are monsters who tortured.
It's not an invasion. There's no mandated act of war.
22-year-old
Nice
nursing
try.
student Laken Riley. They led a multi-state sex trafficking operation involving smuggling women into the United States, holding them in stash houses in Louisiana, Florida, New Jersey, Texas, and Virginia, and forcing them into prostitution. They kidnapped and murdered a 33-year-old woman in Texas. They sexually and physically assaulted a woman and her daughter in Wisconsin. They conducted a mass shooting.
So prove it in court.
Untraceable ghost guns across New York City, took over an Aurora, Colorado apartment complex where they kidnapped and tortured victims. And by the way, many of you in the mainstream media said that didn't happen. It turned out that it did. And because of the effective immigration policies of this administration, those foreign terrorists
Whoa, calm
are
down.
no longer operating on American soil, and we have
Leave ghost guns out of
See you guys
this.
later at the Kennedy Center. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Caroline.
Now the market's going to chop until Trump says something at the Kennedy Center. What time is that happening? Todd's back's breaking. No, we have like some okay support here. It's not great. Man, Trump really going after his base. There's a nice try if they successfully did it and are impeded. That's just GG too easy. I mean, they're impeded. It's just the force of the imposition has, well, there is none, technically. But if judges feel their orders are being defied, they can deputize whoever they want. And ensure that their order is obeyed. I'm down to be deputized. Are you? Really, though? I don't want to get deputized. Let me know how it goes. There's a new sheriff in town. There's a snake in your boot. How long till Dog the Bounty Hunter gets a video storming the Capitol as a deputy of the judiciary? It's time for him to come back. Deputization seem like being modded. Yeah, kinda. Chudusy. Yeah, the circus is over. He called it that. Well, yeah, I did. Sheriffs in Ferguson deputized a bunch of New Balance dads to run around with their ARs during the unrest. Whoa, hold on. Let's not shit on New Balance, okay? Some people just like a comfy shoe. We don't need to judge them or make any kind of jump to any kind of conclusions. Let's not become the thing we hate, all right? I have Hokas. But they're not as nice to drive in. Does anyone know what can happen to me if I eat expired horseradish? How expired? Like, is it moldy? Usually it's got like a pretty high pH, so it's kind of hard for it to go bad. But if you like opened it and then didn't keep it in a refrigerator or something, that's a really bad idea. That's not true. You can get botulinum. New Balance fall apart after 3 months. Yeah, but those first 2 weeks are amazing. Can you? What? Yeah, I mean, anything can get, what is it, Clostridium on it. It's, I mean, just like improper handling or storage of any foods can lead to them getting, well, botulinum toxin. Glorp DMs? What's up, man? Nice. Living the dream. I have Clostridium, Gherk. Can you milk me? BYD announced a 5-minute charging system for their EVs. How cooked is Elon right now? I mean, his saturation in the Chinese market was already slipping anyway. Over under the Fed doing absolutely nothing, or just nothing on Wednesday? I expect they'll do nothing. But that'll be seen as bullish. It'll be seen like the economy has the flexibility for them not to react, and that it is, at least in the near term, stable. So don't think that no cut, even like a hawkish pause, is going to be all that bullish or all that bearish. Horrible retail sales. New York not actually manufacturing anything. Actually up, and pseudo war with Iran. Yeah. Well, retail sales were better than last month, which is kind of what matters. Not so much that it was worse overall, or well, worse than expected. If it had been just good, like if retail sales had just been good, we would have been at 5,700 this morning. SLD isn't canceled, but the effective SLD is not going to be necessarily the same this far below delta neutral and gamma neutral. Remember that the profit-taking side of positions going into this OPEX is to the upside of spot, not to the downside. So if people are closing positions in order to make deposits for their margin, they're probably closing short positions that have printed super hard. The real threat to the bulls here is neither SLD nor FOMC. It's charm into the end of the week. Vol crush after FOMC, not into. Event vol for FOMC is going to tick up, which is going to price up the puts at the back end of the week. But if the expectation is that the Fed's going to do nothing, that event vol getting priced in is going to get shorted. Like I pointed it out this morning, it was advantageous to short the farther dated put, like the AM contract put, because of the ARB spread between that and the 0 DTE. And we've been kind of seeing that all day. Like we're not seeing a lot of 0 DTE puts get sold today, but we're definitely seeing vol get shorted really hard today. And that's, yeah, these are longer dated. So they're shorting further out. These 5700C gonna print? They might, yeah. Is SPX rising on positive Limerick sentiment? No, no. We're just really excited about being invaded by 200 people who haven't proven to be criminals in a court of law. Or, well, the deportation of those people against a federal judge's orders. Any tips for a 5K account challenge? Try to stay sell side, avoid long options, stay away from indexes, focus on equities. If you can, narrow spreads can be a decent way of making money, or like buy rights, provided you can find a semblance of bullishness, and probably stay out of the market if volatility picks up too much. This will all help you keep your $5,000 a lot longer. Even sell side is tough given the volatility here. The volatility is low on equities, though. Remember, inverse dispersion. So vol high on indexes, vol low on equities, and then vice versa. Which is why going long equities right now has a slight benefit to going long indexes to the upside, because equities will gain volatility on the upside move, whereas indexes will lose volatility on the upside move. Boink? Yeah, it was a little boink. Tested like 85? Well, that was a bit strange. Might be seeing some of the short calls to the upside pulling back here. There's a synthetic short at 5,700 still, though. This is the expectation for this week, right? Bulls are going to try to save their asses. Don't think anybody should be surprised by this. $85 sold boys just pieced out. Yeah. MQ's pushing up through 20,000, which is a pretty important level. ES has a 57.44 test to the upside, which kind of matters. How high could this go? Today? Maybe 57.10 or 20, I would say. Probably not going to fill the upside gap. Yeah, probably not going to fill the upside. Hey, you know what? Well, there's another facet of this that we can't really ignore. And that's this upside delta. So, if we get out above like 57.50, then, you know, the concentration of delta to the upside picks up significantly. Like 57.50, a little bit, and then a lot above 58.25. So I think right now we're still kind of bound by like the upside liquidity on the SPX weekly chain to an extent. But if we keep pushing up, things are going to get significantly more bullish. We have a test of delta neutral at 56.93, which is a very important level for like upside continuation. I just strangled for end of month. I figure somebody's gonna get fucked before then. Probably. 1 second. Hmm. Do you have any opinions on going long CrowdStrike? Pretty sure I covered that in the member stream yesterday. I think. Yeah, bull signal to the upside 357.50, again above 365. Potential upside targets at 370, 80, 400, depending on momentum. It can move up pretty quickly on short-dated gamma, may be unsustainable due to the lack of in-the-money delta on the 380 and 400 tests. Is the March 27th GDP just as important to the market as 2nd April tariff nonsense? GDP is reverse looking, so this GDP report is not it's probably not going to be the most important thing. It should just be kind of in line with the expectations, but the next GDP report will be more impactful. I don't think 750 is like a reasonable target at all. It's possible, but it's very unreasonable. Hmm. Kids college fund thanks you. What about unreasonable today? What about tomorrow? Depends where today closes. There's no volume because we haven't hit the market maker's cover bid yet. If we do, volume will pick up. But yeah, it's a very low volume pump currently. CSPs on Palantir at 87. Do you want to own Palantir at 87? New Gamma Strike rule. All requests must be submitted in the form of limerick for quickest turnaround. If you want to be the head of customer service, deal. Internal only. That's going to be a mess. Once was a Greek's EOD, it lacked in sufficiency. I bothered Atomic, we got all erotic, and then he completed for me. It's a beautiful story. Where do I plow into Celsius? It was $22 a couple months ago. Like a month ago. That was a good spot. Back to myself, Hennessy. When I click shark fin, nothing happens. I guess it's back to the fapping. This has me so bugged. Wait, my router's unplugged. Thanks, GS. Your CS is slapping. Thank you so much, Pudding Flaps. Beautifully put. Atomic will be in touch with you. What are your latest thoughts on how? Sorry if you talked about it over the weekend or last. I've been out. I haven't talked about it at all. Hmm. It's still kind of on its downtrend. Supported 23.38. Hmm. I'm not a big fan of like getting into oil exposure right now, but it's relatively cheap. Definitely a big recession risk though, if we do get a recession. Why is Ford a fortress? I've been out of Riley since it was $7. A lot of people buy a lot of parts for those terrible vehicles. Yeah, but they still make shit vehicles. They have an okay dividend. We're very negatively impacted by tariffs. Is someone selling calls on Celsius to slow it down? Whoops. second delta neutral test. I mean, I'd kind of want to wait until Ford figures out how to manage their debt, or Trump gives them a government bailout. Buffett started doing that a long time ago. And he's he was chasing the uptick in money velocity. Shadow is ass to a moon. Carl pumps his penis like a balloon. Dork wants a yurt. Nuke's feelings are always hurt. Jfish draws the opposites of Cat Poon. Nice. Have I missed any of these? There once was a contrary man named Poopy, stirring up pots like it was his duty. Now Poopy and Don go hand in hand. If one must go, the other's also banned. Like defying gravity, can Poopy and Don be friendly? You're really reaching, Bert. I'm just holding my calls all day. This worked out. I got stopped out? What the fuck? Oh. Fucking in the money spreads. Alright. That's still good. Hee hee. Oops. What did you do? You son of a bitch. Hmm. Jimmy's up 2% today. SPX is up. SPX is up like 1%. I need 3K. Nice, dude. Todd is here, and he's in effect. He wants you to push it back. Cooling by day, then at night. Working up a sweat. Come on, Bulls. Let's go show the Bears that we know how to become number one at a hot party show. Now push it. Push it real good. They are. No, JB significantly worse than SPX. It's still doing bullish things, but like shitty. Like shitty bullish things. Correlation with XRT went positive today, so it might get pulled off the show. You got it, Joseph Johnson. That's fucking awesome, man. I'm glad to hear it. Now don't lose it all again. Alright? Just keep doing what you're doing. Don't do weird shit, because now you're back at break even. Consistency. I am from the future. Joseph Johnson blew up my profits again. Never know. Sometimes all it takes is one good turnaround and then people get on track. Stick that quote at the bottom of my monitor. Consistency. Here's another one. You want to be husband material, not boyfriend material. Slow and boring, very consistent. What was that about friends in a pop-up tent? Joke's on my wife. She's stuck with me regardless. Nuke, I think you just don't like to be constrained by things that are profitable. But we'll figure out how to temper your degeneracy at some point. Tim and I through desert went, saw 3 girls in a pop-up tent. Though they were 3 and we were true, I bucked 1 and Tim bucked 2. Ha! Ha! You're already married, me too. Are we expecting over 5,700? Sure. I mean, at this point, why not? How much more we can go up? Kind of a good question. Maybe 10, 25. Probably not much higher than that. And we could close back at like 10 again, so. Someone's actually buying a lot of puts here, which is weird. Trying to keep the bulls from getting their rip. Might just be helping them out. Newquit's attended Pickleman's Theta School, Gherkin dominating with his conservative rule. Newquit degen, a fox of the hen, but his 200% profits were cool. I don't know, I went pretty degen on the 480 on QQQ for today. That worked out. I have a couple runners left, but I got stopped out of the rest. They were 67 cents earlier. 0 DTE puts, buying to close? I don't think so. They're opening them at 90 and 85. Wait, was it 95 and 90? 95, 90. There's two synthetic shorts here, like on the sold call bot put. But like put selling has picked up pretty substantially. So decent support at 56.70 now, and a little bit of support all the way up to 85. To the upside at 5,700, 5,705, and 5,710, they're starting to sell puts, but there's not very many of them yet. I think the big thing here is they're probably going to start squeezing off some of these sold calls, of which there are quite a lot. QQQ support? I don't really know. Upside resistance is at like 91, so there's still quite a ways I can go here. I would say support's probably all the way, well, like 83 and 78. Mm. Man, I really fucking bottom ticked GME here. Did you say you sold calls on Celsius? No. Someone asked me who's selling calls on Celsius, and I said, whoops. Back down would be super cool. Unlikely. Stop buying puts when bullish things are happening. Everyone needs to calm down. Celsius is only up 11% today. Relax. It is the VIX expiration tomorrow. It hit like 36 in Feb. It's at like 30 right now. Good to know. I don't know if I would have been able to handle the betrayal. No, the last time I sold calls on it was like after Feb OPEX. Yeah, I think it was like after earnings. And only like 30% of my shares. How do we know you're the real Gerd? You don't. The start of World War III would feel like this. Hmm. Once was a man on a stream whose fate took a turn quite extreme. Kenny swung with a grin, knocked him out for the win. Now he's banned from the live streaming team. Nice. Ooh. OPEX is Friday. How do I go long SMCI? I already have out of the money calls on TQQQ. Oh, did SMCI pop up on Gscan? Oh shit, it did. Hmm. Well, maybe it'll look better after today. Hmm. Gold cucumber next to my username is a strong symbol of status among degenerate traders. Yes. The one-day option contract wouldn't load. There was no contract. But yeah, it was it was fucking funny. Yeah, CBOE didn't put in the strike. Oh shit. Why am I not? That was weird. It, like kicked me to the audience. Strange, very strange indeed. Well, the daily Cavs picks and the secret Pigeon Wheel chat have a green tone as well this evening. If you guys are really well behaved, I could consider it. A couple of months ago, there was also a day options contracts wouldn't load. Oh, okay. Hmm. Remember that. A couple of months ago. Interesting. Could the SPX get rugged? Not rugged. It could get rejected here. I don't really know how far it would fall, but it's in a pretty stable spot. I don't think it's getting rugged. At least not very hard. There might be some stronger movement towards end of day, like last 30 minutes, because of the expiration. But, just keep an eye on vol. It starts to turn up a little too quickly, then. Any particular reason we moved up with half the average volume? Because everything was just on the buy side and profit taking on in the money puts. Well, let's just say closing in the money puts. Also missing 56.75 for 325. Really? Oh shit, they are. What the fuck is going on with this? It's so weird. It's a Tuesday? That's pretty strange. Yeah, I don't know what the deal with that is. Oh, I want to go hunting for other void strikes. That one's far enough out, though, that it could still be added before we get to the... till it's a 0 GTE. What's a void strike? It's just a joke. There was no 56.35 strike on Friday. So he closed like right in between the 30 and 40 strikes. What if we close near that strike again? Then it'll be pertinent. I believe it's a spell in World of Warcraft. SIBO isn't a government agency. I know. Okay. You think Crowd or Dash could keep going? I wrote both of them up at the top of Pickles Picks. I don't think my expectations will have changed today. Dash has some resistance. Around 90, I think. Or it had. And then 200, 210 or upside resistance from there. Reddit's having some fun. Neato. Meta and Tesla still look like dog shit. Anybody long Netflix right now? No, the gap filled itself like right away. End of day predictions? Are you doing a high leverage Iron Condor into close? No. I think I went calls at noon, and that's all I did today. 50 end of day? Very unlikely. Like, basically no chance of it happening. It'll be pretty hard for us to get 57.10. Really hard for us to get 57.20. And, like, things don't get better above that. Gotta go on press conferences right now. Ooh, fun.
Collective self-defense airstrikes against al-Shabaab on March 15th. The airstrikes occurred about 150 kilometers northeast of Mogadishu, Somalia, and AFRICOM's initial assessment is that enemy combatants were killed and that no civilians were injured or killed. And so U.S. forces will continue to partner with Somali armed forces to take the fight to these terrorists and degrade their ability to plan and conduct attacks that threaten the U.S. homeland, our forces, and civilians abroad. Now on to Homeland Defense. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have been very, very clear that border security is national security. We spent decades defending foreign nations' borders while our own U.S. borders has been invaded by criminal illegal aliens, human smugglers, drug traffickers, and transnational gangs. The Department of Defense is proud to defend our homeland and the territorial sovereignty of the United States. Although we've seen a 93% decrease in illegal border crossings, we will not stop until we have 100% operational control of our southern border. And over the weekend, Joint Task Force Southern Border assumed the mission from Joint Task Force North.
There once was a pickle named Doric who consistently burned all his pork. He tried to make some bread but scorched it instead, and now he sells charcoal made from pork.
Naval station.
He used pork twice.
Yorktown for a scheduled deployment to the Gulf of America. We're actually making some history from the podium today. It's the first time we've recognized the Gulf of America in the Pentagon press briefing room, which is kind of cool. So it's not only vital for the United States to have control of our border via land, it's equally important to control our territorial waters. And this deployment directly supports U.S. Northern Command's mission to protect our sovereignty. And lastly, Secretary Hegseth spoke with Qatari Minister of State for Defense Affairs, His Excellency Sheikh Saud Al Thani, to discuss operations to eliminate the Houthi threat to American commerce and restore American freedom of navigation. The Secretary acknowledged Qatar's strong partnership in addressing shared security challenges across the region, including Syria and the Red Sea. And with that, I'll turn it over to my counterpart, Grinch, for some more opening comments on CENTCOM strikes. General, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the opportunity to provide you a brief operational update on our operations against the Houthis. On Saturday, the 15th of March, shortly after 1 p.m. Eastern Time, at the direction of the President, U.S. Central Command began precision strike operations against the Houthis to restore freedom of navigation and American deterrence. The initial wave of strikes hit over 30 targets at multiple locations, degrading a variety of Houthi capabilities. These included terrorist training sites, unmanned aerial vehicle infrastructure, weapons manufacturing capabilities, and weapons storage facilities. It also included a number of command and control centers, including a terrorist compound where we know several senior Houthi unmanned aerial vehicle experts were located. On Sunday, strike operations continued against additional headquarters locations, weapons storage facilities, as well as detection capabilities that have been used to threaten maritime shipping in the past. Today, the operation continues, and it will continue in the coming days until we achieve the President's objectives. Thanks, and I look forward to your questions.
And with that, in this very crowded briefing room, I'll take some
There's like 3 people there.
First, I'll go to Logan from Newsmax.
Sean, thank you for
the
taking
fuck
my
is
question.
Newsmax?
This really is for both of you. A question about the Bashad. That's Iran's spy ship that has been directing the Houthis throughout this conflict. Is it still operating in support of the Houthis? If so, do you know where it is?
General, turn it over to you to address that.
Sure. We know that the Iranians have provided a variety of assistance to the Houthis over the years, including some suspected intelligence. We do know that some had previously come from the Bashad. The Bashad is not currently being used for those operations, but we do know that other vessels are contemplated for those sorts of operations, so we're watching very closely to see if they return to the AO.
I would also say that, when you look at how the previous administration conducted business with Iran, they really empowered Iran to fund and export terror all around the world, whether it's with Hezbollah, Hamas, specifically with the Houthis. I mean, it's very clear. I think President Trump has made it very clear.
It's because people spend more fucking time complaining about the prior administration than doing their fucking jobs.
Any shot fired at U.S. forces by the Houthis would be considered a shot from Iran. And this is the president showcasing leadership from the Oval Office. And frankly, bringing moral clarity back to the United States of America. We know who the enemies of this country are.
You guys understand what he's saying through the dick gargling?
Put them on notice, as you saw with Iran this morning. But okay, Gabby.
Thank you for taking my question. I wanted to run back to TDA and MS-13 deportations to El Salvador's terrorism confinement center.
It's not bad to lose DN, but
that partnership
it's not ideal.
Conclude after 1 year. If yes, what does that look like from a cost perspective? And how is Guantanamo Bay factored into dealing with criminal aliens and terrorists, considering this new Pentagon is more focused on securing the border?
Well, that's a great question. So I think part of your question about El Salvador should be referred to the State Department. But I'll say that the Department of Defense is proud to defend our homeland and our sovereignty in helping to deport transnational criminal organizations like Tren de Agua. We're proud to support that mission. I don't know, General, do you have anything to offer about Guantanamo Bay? And our
where's Hegseth? Is he drunk right now? Why isn't he leading this?
For you, Gabby. We do continue to have a substantial presence at Guantanamo Bay to ensure that we're ready to receive any illegal aliens that the Department of Homeland Security would like to send there. We're monitoring their requirements closely, and we're in daily contact with them to make sure that we can meet them to the best of our ability.
Tom?
Sean, if the Iranian ships are operational, start helping the Houthis, will they be targeted? And for the general, any sense of
DN is at like 5693.
Civilian casualties in Yemen?
Well, that's a great question, General. If you'll permit me to answer.
Sure, go ahead.
So I think that I certainly don't want to get out in front of the Commander-in-Chief and the Secretary as it pertains to clearance of strikes and who will be targeted. But I think the President's made very clear that all options are on the table.
Yeah, Tom, just on your question of casualties, military casualties, we have some initial estimates. I hesitate to say what they are because they're very much estimates at this point, but I think in terms of dozens might be a safe overall characterization. Yeah, dozens of military casualties so far, but I really can't characterize it much better than that at this point. We'll learn more as we go. On the civilian casualty side, no indications of any civilian casualties. We, of course, have seen some of the accusations by the Houthis. We look at those closely when they do come in, but we have no credible indications of any civilian casualties.
You know, and I'd like to add to what General Grinch said. Anytime you're close to an operation like this, having been, in combat front towards enemy before, the fog of war is a real thing. So before we announce something,
is he using a video
podium? We're going to make sure that we get it right. And
is he using a video game?
Time to evaluate and doing a proper battle damage, BDA battle damage assessment, sensitive site exploitation, and frankly, that stuff just takes time. And so before we make any sort of those announcements, we're going to do a real hard look and make sure that we get it right before we announce.
Can't handle fog of war. That's where the jungler is.
Changing the subject slightly. Is the DoD considering rescheduling the performance of young musicians in the Marine Band that was canceled because of the anti-DEI executive order? And in a broader sense, is there a concern that anti-DEI initiatives may have a negative impact on recruitment?
Well, I think that the President and the Secretary have been very clear on this, that anybody that says in the Department of Defense that diversity is our strength is frankly incorrect. Our shared purpose and unity are our strength. And I say this as somebody who led a combat platoon in Afghanistan that was probably the most diverse platoon that you could possibly imagine. I mean, we had black serving next to white, Christians serving next to atheists, Northerners next to Southerners, and yes, Democrats and Republicans in the very same foxhole. But the reason why we were so lethal in Afghanistan, and
I thought it was to provide an update on the
5 days.
Yemeni
part of the reason why we were able
conflict
to accomplish the mission and the commander's intent was because we put aside our many differences as Americans. There were no hyphenated Americans with us in that isolated hilltop in the border region of Afghanistan. We were all just Americans. And really, when you talk about America's greatest strength, yes, we've got, I'm sure the general can attest, yes, we've got lots of cool, sexy equipment and lots of exceptional military training. I think it helps set us apart from everybody else. But what makes us exceptional fighters on the battlefield is our ability to put
He thinks
aside
dicks
our
are
many
sexy.
differences and unite under a common
Just to
goal.
clarify, all military equipment is shaped like dicks.
For goodness sake, when we put aside our many differences as Americans, we went to the moon with less technology than many of you all have in your pockets and your cell phones right now. We're talking about a force that stormed the beaches.
Oh my God, this guy believes in the moon landing?
Through Hawk, fought through hedgerows.
Someone should burn him at a stake.
And beat back the Nazi war machine and save the world when we put aside our many differences as Americans. And I know President Trump understands.
He
that
thinks
our
we
focus
went to
on
the
unity and
moon.
shared purpose
Oh,
is what makes
Jesus
us
Christ.
lethal, and so does Secretary Hegseth. So their guidance has been clear on this.
Secretary Hegseth cannot make this meeting. He's currently shit-faced at the local Chili's.
I don't think I'll have to take that question.
He's 6 Baja Hurricanes
I have an
deep.
answer for you, but we'll get back to you on that. Oh, let's go to the phones. I'm getting a signal. We should go to the phones. Okay, we got JJ Green on the line from WTOP.
Hey, Sean, thank you for doing this. Question about Ukraine. Can you assess how the U.S. military, assess the status of U.S. military aid to Ukraine and the intelligence sharing, how that's going since it was disrupted a few.
Go to the phones? Is this the Jerky Boys?
What's being shared? What's being given? What's happening with that?
Well, I can tell you that U.S. military aid to Ukraine has been turned back on, as well as intelligence sharing with our Ukrainian partners. But I'll tell you this. The president has been very clear since his time on the campaign trail that his focus with the war in Ukraine is bringing about peace and putting a distinct focus on peace and really to stop the dying. And so President Trump, along with his national security team, have been heavily involved in, along with Secretary Hegseth as well, heavily involved with Ukraine and Russia to try to broker that peace, understanding that there will likely be difficult conversations to be had on both sides when you're talking about, the release of hostages, when you're talking about potential ceasefire agreements, when you're talking about territory. As someone who's negotiated with some tough people on the battlefield, I can tell you it's a tough, imperfect, nuanced, and complicated process. And President Trump and Secretary Hegseth certainly understand that, with on the forefront of their mind peace as their first and foremost priority. General, do you have anything to add?
No, I would just echo what you said, sir, which is, the status of U.S. military aid, it has been turned back on. We've got confirmed reports that it is continuing or is flowing back into Ukraine. And, of course, daily reports on the outcome of the intelligence sharing and those efforts. So all of that is as it was previously.
So I'm going to stick with the phones here just a second. I got Christina from Breitbart on the phones. Do I understand that?
Yes, thanks so much for doing that, Sean. 2 questions. After U.S. strikes against the Houthis on Saturday, the Houthis fired drones and missiles at the Truman. Will there be a response to those attacks? And secondly, the Pentagon has deployed the USS Gravely. Can you tell us a little bit about what it will be doing there, exactly what its mission will be?
So I guess I'll address the first part of your question first, Christina, and General, I'll let you chime in. The question of the Houthis, I mean, what was, remind me.
Newsmax, Breitbart, New York Post, only the finest organizations.
Will there be a response to the Houthi attacks on
They just chose them based on their ability to lob softballs.
So, first of all, we did get reports of the Houthis firing ballistic missiles and some.
I will say they should make this guy the press secretary.
Those attacks were largely ineffective and didn't come anywhere near.
He's much better at selling the narrative without appearing condescending and incorrect.
I mean, they were completely on point with regards to defending. They were not effective attacks. And so I would also say...
How's that sexist?
The answer to the second part of that question is that the response is ongoing. I mean, this isn't there's going to be, as I mentioned, a very clear end state to this, and I think a lot of that has to do with how the Houthis respond. Firing at U.S. military personnel in the region and shooting at our ships and shooting at our drones and putting...
She's not hot at all.
...is not a good way to end this conflict. The Houthis could stop this tomorrow if they said, we're going to stop shooting at your people. But they've clearly chosen not to do that. And so this campaign will be relentless to degrade their capability.
Gherkin, come on, man. I wouldn't fuck her with your dick.
To defend our homeland.
Ew.
But generally...
Thanks, Sean. The only thing I would add is, the Houthis claim...
She's like a Tennessee 6 with 20 extra pounds.
While we're executing precision strikes, they missed by over 100 miles. So I would just tell you, their effectiveness, I would question anything that they claim in the press that they're doing or not doing. It's very hard to tell what they are just based on their level of incompetence that they've demonstrated so far. Yes, that's correct. There's also been a number of other attempts to interdict vessels.
Now we're sexist.
Missiles as well. All of those have been easily defeated by our...
We had to come around to it.
That are there.
General Grinch throwing shade at the Houthis from the podium. I love it.
Pelosi's a 10 out of 10. Only report.
In my previous job, I dealt with the Houthis quite a bit.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Happy to throw shade at them. On the question about the USS Gravely that you had, Christina, so she's deploying under General Guillot, the commander of U.S. Northern Command's authorities for maritime homeland defense missions. She'll go down, as Sean mentioned, into the Gulf of America and surrounding areas and be involved in the interdiction mission for any of the drugs and whatnot that are heading in. It'll be partnered very closely with the United States Coast Guard. So we won't share, of course, her actual scheme of maneuver here, but know that that's the mission that she's going down there for, and we look forward to seeing what she can do.
She's still hotter than this dude, but he has access to more dicks.
The president and the secretary have made very clear 100% operational control.
Location.
We've got probably close to 10,000.
How do you feel about 5680 close?
We're surging a striker brigade combat team down there to reinforce.
I think Bulls will probably try to push into end of day.
There's a sea component to this as well, and that's part of the mission of the USS Gravely is to secure the water routes in defense of our southern border. And so, Aaron, Daily Caller.
Thank you, Sean.
She's probably a trad wife. She has a job.
Disciplining any remaining leadership that were directly involved in the Afghanistan withdrawal.
So we're in the process of figuring out
USS
what
Gravy
that investigation will look like. But I'll tell you, as somebody who served in Afghanistan and watched that unfold, I mean, I was horrified in a lot of ways. You think about how much time and blood and treasure and American life that was lost in Afghanistan over 20 years. You think about that for a second. I'm 43 years old. This country was at war in Afghanistan for 20 years. So almost half of my life, this country was at war in Afghanistan. And I personally watched, the men in my platoon, but also my larger brigade combat team, which was a part of the 10th Mountain Division, 3rd Brigade. We bled the ground red in Afghanistan. And I watched my men do extraordinary things in support of a grateful nation and in support of the mission there. And
what did this guy do in Afghanistan? Besides Big Macs? No one knows. It's not important.
In the way that it was extremely difficult. And I think something that President Trump and Secretary Hegseth really understand is that when America makes a decision to get involved in any conflict, we have a moral obligation to have a clear-cut end state to what that operation looks like, a clear exit strategy to what that operation looks like, and to make sure that victory is clearly defined. And I think in Iraq and certainly in Afghanistan over the last 20-some years, I think maybe we've struggled a little bit with those finer points. But I'll say that the President Trump and Secretary Hegseth, they understand that when America gets involved in a fight, it's our job to also end that fight as fast as humanly possible because we have a moral obligation to win and win decisively. Otherwise, you're going to have an entire generation of American warriors wondering what the hell it was all for. And I know that every day I wake up and I draw breath, I think about the men who I served with, who were my friends, who never came home from that fight. I've lost 30 friends in my support of the Afghan war, 30. And you ask yourself, you look yourself in the mirror, you ask yourself, what do we have to show for it? Not a whole lot. And so to your question of will people be held accountable? I think we have an obligation both to the American people and to the American warfighters who fought in Afghanistan to hold the leadership accountable in some way. Now, we don't know what that looks like right now, but to hold the leadership that was in charge of the Afghan withdrawal accountable. Because look, if you have a private that loses a sensitive item, that loses night vision goggles, that loses a weapon, you can bet that that private is going to be held accountable. The same and equal standards must apply to senior military leaders. So.
I just want to follow up on what you just said.
Sure.
You said that there needs to be a clear end state, and I know the goal is to have the Houthis stop their attacks. But what is the end state? What happens if the Houthis don't stop their attacks or don't agree to say they'll stop their attacks? It doesn't seem like there is a clear end state. That this could just go on and on.
Well, in fairness, I mean, it's a great question, but in fairness, the operation's only been going on for 48 hours. And the president and secretary have been very clear on this, that the Houthis can determine when this ends. And until then, the campaign will be unrelenting until we, one, protect our homeland, and two, open up the shipping lanes there, so make sure that we have freedom of maneuver in that area. But General, you have something that...
I mean, what I might add is, while we won't talk about it publicly, just know that there is a design to the operation. There are specific effects that we're trying to achieve, and there are specific targets that have been selected and approaches that we're taking in order to achieve the president's end state. So it isn't that we're just striking capabilities. There's an intent behind every strike and every target that we go after.
To that point, what is you mentioned that this is not like it was before. So what is different about the targeting that you're doing this time that wasn't true under the Biden administration?
Yeah, I give the short answer to that, and without going into too many operational details for security reasons, but it's a much broader set of targets that we've been able to action in this case. And the other key differences are the delegation of authorities from the president through Secretary Hegseth down to the operational commander. So that allows us to achieve a tempo of operations where we can react to opportunities that we see on the battlefield in order to continue to put pressure on the Houthis.
Thank you very much. Will this operation include sending ground troops into Yemen? If so, how do you achieve your objective of making them say enough without sending ground troops?
Well, I'll tell you, it's very difficult, if not impossible, for us to talk about force posture from this podium, because as a commander who's been on the battlefield, it's very, very important to keep the enemy guessing, keep your adversaries guessing. Now, that's not to say that we've got ground troops in Yemen. That's not to say that we're sending ground troops in, but it's difficult to talk about that stuff for operational security reasons from the podium. But generally, you have anything to add?
No, nothing to add to that. Okay. I think that's exactly right.
Sean, can I follow up on that? You said that one of the things that you were waiting to do for the BDA was sensitive site exploitation. Does that include U.S. boots on the ground or any kind of American personnel on the ground to do that?
I can't talk about that stuff from the podium. But we have ways of conducting sensitive site exploitations without ground troops on the ground.
Yeah, it does not always require boots on the ground, and I'll just leave it at that.
So, can I also ask you about if there's any U.S. military assessment? I know that you're still on, the BDA is ongoing, but is there any military assessment about how much of the Houthis' capabilities were degraded by these first couple of rounds? And can you say anything? The President's Truth Social mentioned going after leaders, which seems to be one of the things that's different here. Can you say anything about any of the leaders that were targeted here?
Yeah, on the second part of the question, I'll just go to my opening statement where I mentioned that there was a unmanned aerial vehicle facility that was struck with several key leaders. Those were key individuals who led their unmanned aerial vehicle enterprise and were some of the technical experts in there. So think those types of individuals that we might be targeting as part of the command and control.
And so we have destroyed command and control facilities, weapons manufacturing facilities, and advanced weapons storage locations. But again, this campaign is ongoing. It's difficult to talk about all this stuff from the podium, and we're not going to say anything from the podium until we're 100% sure that we have it right. I got time for one more question.
You mentioned the President's Truth Social. Is the U.S. military considering military options for Iran?
I don't want to get out in front of the president or the secretary, but clearly, I mean, I think the president's Truth Social was pretty clear, and I think the meaning is right there for everybody. I mean, I think everybody understands what he means. I don't want to get out in front of the president, but all options are on the table at this time. That's all I got.
Quick
So-
clarification for general, you said 30 targets, is that overall 3 days?
And Q looks like it's going to break up.
No, that was on the first day. It was over 30 targets, so not a specific number for you, but over 30 targets, multiple locations, and then additional targets today and additional targets yesterday on Sunday and additional targets today that obviously I won't go into because they're executing now.
So thank you, everybody. Listen, we're done. There will be more of these, I promise, but thank you. It was a great first press briefing. Really appreciate you all and your commitment to telling the story of the warfighters. But thank you. We'll see you next time.
How much of a pathological liar do you have to be to name your social truth? Begging to be believed? Yeah. It's getting pretty close to Gamma Max. There's another ramp up above 30 if it can get out there. Not much of one, but still some positioning left over from the last run. A lot of that out into April, but it can keep going. Pretty strong resistance at 30, maybe more at 35. I think mostly it's driving up on buying in the underlying more than anything else. Doesn't look like there was a big uptick in gamma last week, but there might be more today. You blowing up Iran? Tee, that's a secret. Is that how we interpret what? Montreal steak seasoning, over or underrated? Oh, massively overrated? Wait, is it even rated? Begging to be believed being because it is lies? Yeah, that's the only reason you would ever name your fucking social media network Truth. How fucking cringy. You don't need to tell people that it's the truth if it's actually the fucking truth. What would you think if the New York Times was called "Please Believe This"? X is pretty terrible too. Nothing social about it either. It's just him there. That's all that matters. The National Trust Me Bro Tribune. Believe it or not. For the added benefit of hindsight, I see why it was created. Yeah, as a platform to spread propaganda and disinformation. Yeah, so billionaires would be in control of the media and you would believe the things they would say. GS isn't dead, is it? Oh, weird. We got a data outage? Hmm. Yeah, it looks like it's just we're not getting candlesticks for price. Actually, you know what? I can probably go to dev and we can get price, but we're not going to get the gamma flip points and stuff. Nope, nope, we don't have that. No, we do. Yeah, we have price here. Up to date? Yes, it is. Cool. Yeah, this is going to be what we're replacing the current one with. What's not fair? You can't let only your opponent do that? What makes you think that one of them is lying and the other isn't? Because you watch stocks and watch it all happen in real time, so you know it's all bullshit. That's the one thing the stock market should teach you right away, is that everything in politics is complete bullshit, propaganda, and lies. Has been for 50 years, easily, if not more. Gamma truth. If you're any spicier on those takes, the thought police are going to show up. I wonder what kind of activities we'll do at Guantanamo. Right now, it's just ignoring judges' orders. Then it's going to be rounding up and criminalizing and marginalizing the opposition. Just wait, you'll see. You're like, no, that would never happen in my country. Like, dress to the left? Is that a problem? It'll be fine, just fall in line before we get there. Fuck you. I'd rather die. Then bow to your giant fat orange fucking king. I want to be deported to Italy. Are you even an Italian national? Can this still go over 5,700? Yes. Did you even say thank you? I'll set you up with a nice espresso machine in Guantanamo, Gherk. Thanks, man. This is America, sir. We don't have kings. We have a president who ignores the Constitution. He's either a king or a dictator. Take your pick. And calls himself a king. That's just fake liberal propaganda. Do you think that's a little hyperbolic? Not at all. I think any attempt at the president to ignore an order directly from the judicial is treasonous. It's seditious treason and a violation of our Constitution. He should be removed from office immediately. And he hasn't just violated the Constitution once. He's done it multiple times. Yeah, but business. He's not even good at business. I'm part Italian. I'll bring a Stouffer's lasagna into my local ICE office. I'd get deported to America? Yeah, you would. Boy, I want to be wrong. I hope you're wrong. I hope it all turns around. I hate being right about this one. I'm not usually wrong. It just shows that the power lies with the executive. The three branches of government sound good, but whoever has the power to enforce law is where the actual power resides. The judiciary has the power to enforce law. So does the legislature. In theory. I mean, yeah. The Supreme Court just shut him down on something. Peng already signed bills for US aid. Yeah. Also not sure why those excuse-making or supporting believe that a country like this will benefit them in any sense. That's not how this has ever worked in practice. It's suffering all around. It's delusional, I'm aware. They think something is going to change for them for the better. They think they're marginalized, and they think they deserve it. They've been promised a bill of goods, and they believe that it's coming to them. They think that they're fucking $3,000 a year in taxes is responsible for funding the Ukrainian government. Some people do get their news from Joe Rogan. It's very unfortunate. I don't think Joe Rogan knows what Joe Rogan is talking about most of the time. Although, I do try to avoid listening to him because he's a fucking idiot. I don't think they're necessary. Like, I think a lot of people on the left get really angry at, like, conservatives and Republicans. And I don't really think that's a good way to approach this. I mean, it's fine to tell them they're wrong. It's fine to point out the flaws in their beliefs and, you know, the logical fallacies. But I think the broad scale, like, attacking of them is not going to lead to anything positive, because it just makes them double down on all the bullshit that they believe in. And I think the vast majority of them are not, you know, hardcore MAGA supporters who just want to watch Trump burn the world down. A lot of conservatives are just selfish people, and that's fine. It's okay to be selfish. Capitalism works really well on selfishness. And, you know, progressive people are more group aligned, and, you know, their interests lie with kind of everyone being brought to the same level and benefiting mutually. And, you know, that's a disconnect between the two sides of it, right? But, I mean, ultimately, I don't think anybody wants other people to suffer. I think they just don't care, some of them. And some people do care. You know, empathy is a higher order feeling. Collectivism versus individualism. Yeah. Attacking people and calling them regards and idiots isn't the best way to change someone's mind. Yeah, not always. I agree with that. We need socialism? No. A degree of socialism. SoCalism. You need more political parties. Yes, we do. That way we can have a right and an extreme right. We also need viable candidates, which means education and driving interest in civil service in the younger generations, which have none. No one wants to do that shit, even if it does mean that they can insider trade for the rest of their life. Not helping them after a natural disaster. Like, put yourself in their shoes. You need your government to help you, but you see them send money to Israel. Our current government is sending money to Israel. We'll always send money to Israel. That has literally nothing to do with anything else. Evangelical Christians control a massive amount of our foreign aid, and a lot of that goes to Israel. And that's not going to change unless they, you know, think their prophecy isn't real anymore. And everybody, you know, every politician since the formation of Israel has backed Israel. We also need a footprint in the Middle East, so that's for a multitude of reasons. That's never going to change. Start the normal party with. I'm not going to fund that. I'll just move to a different country. conservative, right? I'm really not. I don't believe in democracy. But whoa, 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 what? What? I was pointing out a selfish action as being conservative. Is this lagging? Maybe. I don't know. Their data's like going down. Yeah, a little. I think it's like a candle behind. Maybe I need to refresh it. Hold on. Yeah, I just have to refresh it. This is the beta data feed, but that's because the live feed is dead right now. Oh, maybe it's not. Did it come back a little bit? Greg believes in a narco syndicate, much like the one used in Basque Country, where leadership... nasty rejection back to support. Closing under DM. That's not a great look. Yeah, it's a little bit of a yoink. Kind of glad I got stopped out of my calls now. Would have been pissy if the market had continued moving up. Trading views down. No end of day. I thought you got deported. I'm a fucking US citizen. I have birthright citizenship, just like you, Bob. You need 10 generations of family in the US. I do, on one side. I'm Native American, so I'm grandfathered in. Don't tell anyone that anymore. I'm a free inhabitant. You're a sovereign traveler. My US passport on me when I drive. Who else up crossing their Rubicon? This is a interesting pullback into close. Is this the crash I was promised during OPEX? This isn't a crash. We're still up like 8. What are you talking about? I love it here. No, we pulled back to support at 75. We got a little bit still a little bit of sold calls to the upside though. Shitload of sold puts at 80 and 85, which is kind of weird. Ding ding. So those got burned. Bot puts at 60, 90, 95, and 5,700 came in on the drop. All right. Yeah, so I'm not going to have any like end of day shit for you guys because all of my charts are going to be fucked now. But we can take a look at where we are relative to close in ES. All right, so we kind of moved out to where, well, at least where my expected move for the day was, which is about 57.05, a little bit outside of the MM's expected move by about 230, but ultimately ended up closing just a little bit below the MM's expected move at 56.75. This puts us below DN at close, which isn't a terribly good look. Although definitely a slightly more supportive range than we closed out on Friday. So we'll have to see what happens here in the overnight session. Obviously, some of the statements regarding what's going on in the Middle East with Yemen and Iran, and then additionally some concerns with Europe's military funding are still having kind of a negative edge on the dollar, losing 32 points today, falling against the euro and the pound, but still rising against the yen. On ES, we broke out above trends. Failed to get the 57.23 test, but we did pull back to 56.75. We'll see if that acts as support. If 56.75 doesn't act as support in the overnight session and we pull back to 56.40 or Friday's close, that could be a reversal of the breakout and a failure. So keep an eye on that in the overnight session. Obviously, it'll be more pertinent in the morning when we kind of know where we're going to open. And this could very well just end up being a support, but we do need to break. Well, actually, we need to go a bit higher than 57.73. I think we really need to push up still quite a bit from here. 57.53, that's kind of an important level. We have the gap up here to 70. Above 73 puts us below the low in Jan. So I would say a move back up to still test the 200 MA on the daily, which is around 57.42. A breakout above the 200 MA, probably pretty bullish, and would be an indication that we're making a larger move to the upside. But for now, a slight failure leaves us up only about 70 points on the day. Commodities, up a little bit. A little bit of bullishness on oil, obviously, anytime there's conflict in the Middle East, and gold and silver clawing back a little bit of their losses. 1 month correlation continued to fall. Leverage in the carry trade, choppy, but still moving up at a fairly steady pace. Although, I mean, if you were going to use technicals on this, it would kind of look like it's going to fail, and its pace to the upside has kind of found a limit around 8.7x, which very well could be just the capacity for the spread to handle leverage right now. And if that's the case, then it's going to be significantly harder to push much higher than this. Bond volatility fell a little bit more on Friday, but still over 100. We got probably a pretty decent uptick in the percentage of the S&P over its 20-day moving average today, but I would still say led by non-tech sectors. So we still haven't seen a big recovery in tech yet. big drop in VX. Probably a decline in correlation, but I'll have to pull that up later. Fed fund futures falling pretty dramatically with the drop in retail sales to less than 10 points expected by June. And then a little bit, actually a pretty big drop in the bear steepener. Well, that's the 10-2-year spread. So that pulling back a little bit. Still very positive, but definitely pulling back a slight amount. So yeah, we'll continue to look out for that 200 MA test. I would say systematically, that's probably the most important test to the upside because we cleared the weekly 50 MA today. So we got to the weekly. We just closed over the 50 MA, whereas Friday we closed just under it. 50 MA at 56.65 here. But the rejection off of the long-term, like the long-term bear signal here at 56.96 and closing below that's not really that great of a sign. I would say if we failed to push up above that tomorrow, that's going to look pretty bad going into FOMC and very bad going into the end of the week, as that in the money put delta continues to erode price at spot. The charm is a very big factor going to the AM expiry on Friday, and so bulls have a kind of a narrow window within which to hit certain benchmarks to the upside. One of those is being above delta neutral. The next one's kind of up around like 58.30. So they're either going to need a very big move tomorrow, or they're going to need a very bullish decision out of the FOMC meeting. Doing end of day straddle or strangle with this VIX. I've been doing like 0 DTE straddles, which was okay today. It wasn't great. I mean, the puts got burned up a little, but the calls did well. I don't think the BOJ is going to make a decision. They were pretty vocal that they don't intend to raise rates at the March meeting. One of those reasons being is they have a parliamentary thing this month, and generally the Bank of Japan won't make any kind of decisions anytime they have like something big on their political agenda. They don't like to rock the boat, so to speak. If nobody's noticed. So I think their pretty loud declaration that they have no intention of raising rates at this meeting is going to hold true. However, if inflation continues to rise, expectations for the next meeting are definitely going to move up, because their inflation was hot as fuck last month, and it's probably just going to continue to get hotter due to their reliance on imports. Anyway, that's it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a lovely night. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting